Hello. Okay. I need to turn down the music. Now I don't hear anything. Okay. Now it's there really silent. So the video can be in the foreground. Okay. I did change some stuff off screen because I didn't feel like streaming. But I think for last time already it was that that I added controller support, which obviously is still there. But I also added other. Wait, is Steam still on? Let me go. Here. It is. Damn it. When Steam is on, it's like moving my mouse with the controller because it's auto detecting it, which is kind of annoying. So I need to turn that off so I don't accidentally click stuff in OBS while playing the game. Anything else I need to close? No, okay. So yeah, now like I can still move and everything, but I added the little animation to the creatures by just playing the animation. And in general, that's just one thing of many that I just changed the entire code or restructured it and tried to find out ways that I would like the structure to be. Also, you can see that the projectiles are now also playing the animation that was meant for them. And then everything else still works the same, but I basically restructured all the code to have now a structure that I like, and I feel like that would scale how I like to structure my code. So yeah, basically nothing changed except everything behind. And I'm not sure if I want to go through the entire design decisions I have here right now, and I rather want to follow the tutorial because I'm not sure how good talking will be, or if it will be a bit tiring quickly. So yeah, I'm not sure yet, which means I should try to do stuff where I talk less and listen more, which would mean just follow the tutorial. But in general, I just also restructured all of this here so that it's all top level and the player is combining everything. I think the player is the best example. And then I have like an initialization phase where I use these methods to directly access the parts that should be there, and if they are not, I assert. And I think that is a bit much to write, but it's definitely nice to ensure that everything works as I want it. And I like a design where you can't do it wrong, and if I follow this pattern I can never do it wrong, because I will always know if I need the weapon. I will have ensured that it's there. And then I have set up where I for example, this move controller, it's all built so that it's generic, which means that the method they use, those are set, and I wanted to make it this way rather than have all that be set in the editor here on the right, and then you choose what methods and all of that, where I'm not even sure if that's possible. And I'm also no longer setting, like for example, for this move controller, I'm not setting the player as an asset or as a resource. I just drop it in, and then make sure that it's available with this 2 lines. And then I fill it up with how I want. So for example, if I want I did that in for an experiment, if I want the enemies to jump with me, I could do the same thing for the enemy and only implement the jump function and leave out the direction. So basically these are just callbacks that are the implementation that should be called in certain cases. So if jump is pressed, which here I implement how the controls work, right, for the move controller, then I'll call this implementation, and I can put in this whatever I want in the parent class that uses it. And then the same for on the process, we determine where we want to move and where we want to look. These 2 things then in the end call the look direction or move direction, and try to set this value. But that's also a callback that the player chooses that what property will be set, and that property then is just a character property. So I feel this is way more intuitive and clear where things are structured. So anything that I add in here on the left is just a component that in itself will work, and you just need to hook it up the way you want it to be. And that's the structure that I went for, and changed everything according to that. I don't know if in the end it will always work out, or if I will find stuff that's problematic. But so far it all is just working. And in my opinion made the code way more easier, whatever. So yeah, the same goes, for example, for the weapon. The weapon just has the ability to shoot with like the private implementation, and then the public method. And then in the player, you just get the weapon, which you know that the weapon will be there. You enforce that there is something called weapon uniquely below the player. And then later on, I just use the weapon to shoot when I want to shoot. And when do I want to shoot is the question, right? Because this is just a method. I want to shoot when the user player controller tries to call the try shoot implementation. So I hook up this weapon with the weapons controller in this line, and then everything works. So the components are entirely decoupled. So this weapon controller and this weapon has nothing to do with each other, or doesn't know each other. And the weapon controller will just have the same thing we saw in the move controller, where it's just checking unhandled input, and then not on jump but on shoot it does stuff. And here in the unhandled, in the user weapon controller on the left side, we see the resource, and there I name it shoot. This resource pattern is also something I added for everything. So for example, the player also has a resource which defines everything about it. So for example, also the animations that I could run are all defined here. So if we would not look into the player but into its parent class, because that's where the resource is defined here, then this resource here is exactly what we see on the right, which also means this can also be used for the enemy. So if I go to the invader and look at the same properties, I name it differently, but I have the same properties to set. So the invader here has a max health and all of that. And I could also change speed and stuff like that. And this also means that if I make this able to jump, and then just drop in on this side here the move controller and hook it up the same way, then the enemy would just also jump whenever I press jump. So it's very modular. So I did this here with the experimenting. So I use the move controller. I also assert if it's not there, and I only hook up jump. If you compare this line to this one, here I add more, right? So the moving and direction looking will also be same, but I only hooked up the jump, which was quite fun to have the enemies jump whenever you jump. And it all works, right? It's only these 3 lines that are needed for the entire behavior, and the enemy can jump out of nowhere, so I really like that. And with the resources, it's... Yeah, I was discussing with myself basically if I want them to be set in the top of the files, or if I want them as resources. And I ended up with having resources for every top level thing, right? For every root thing. Just to have the properties exposed to the UI. So later when you want to tweak something, or for example, if you're in a level, and in the level you want to tweak something about an invader, you just go to the invader and then into its stats, and you can just say, well, this invader will have a different idle thing or jump higher or whatever. Which I don't know if that's usually what will happen, or if it's rather just for inspection, because if it looks the same, it should act the same, I think, which means that for invaders, like these guys here, they should all act the same. But still, it's nice to see these informations here and to have them grouped together and all that. So yeah, I like the structure. But yeah, that's basically it. So I rewrote most things, like them better now structure-wise. And now I want to continue with the video and follow the tutorial. We were currently with the behavior tree and started doing stuff there, but I entirely forgot what the reason was and what we were doing. So we'll see how I'll be able to follow again. So yeah, that's basically what I changed. And now I'll probably be quite confused whenever he changes things, and I'll just not know where to change it, because all his code of the video does look different from mine now. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But I think with that, I'll just listen to what he says and try to follow the behavior tree thing. Oh yeah, and I also looked at how behavior trees work for a short bit, and I understood, but I think I might just not like them because they don't feel intuitive to me. It just makes no sense that you have, like, you run through everything to just decide that the last thing is the one thing you want to do, rather than just have a state machine and you're just in the state where you are and don't have these checks of the entire tree top to down all the time. To me, this feels like it's not really something like new as in behavior tree, some tree magic, anything. It's just that this is a really fancy looking switch, and that's it. So you just every time go through everything and just check, and then you just see, okay, can I go into the deeper level, and then you go back out. So it's just like some switch if statement in the tree form, and that doesn't speak to me. So maybe I'll follow the tutorial, but in the end I might for my own stuff just try state machines, because I also don't see the advantage of this compared to state machines yet, but I didn't look into videos of that specifically. Anything else I checked out? Oh yeah, I looked more into procedural animation and all that, so the stuff I want to know for my project at some point. But I haven't like tried out anything there. Okay. So I think it's time to follow the video, and I think I will maybe place this here. So I'm gonna do a lot in the tree structure, right? So maybe it's smart for you to be able to see that. Okay. So this one.
Invader behave tree.
I think the music can even be a bit quieter compared to the video. This is the lowest I can go.
So now we can see in play mode that that'll be more specified here. So we know, of course, that this is part of the invader. So to actually add the condition for is dead, we need to right click and extend the script. So
okay, I think that works. It's really quiet now, but good enough for me. Yeah, I think I'll listen to the entire part again, just maybe on higher speed, because I forgot all we did.
So in this part of the series, I want to make sure that when we hit our enemies, that they can be knocked back a bit. So we could call that, say, a hit or knockback state. Also want to be sure that gravity is affecting our enemies. And we may want to also do something like turn the color of the enemy red after getting hit to further indicate that our objects or characters are taking damage. So let's start with the simplest part first. Our player had the ability, if we check, to apply gravity, but we haven't added that to our parent class, the platformer character. So what we might want to do is take this apply gravity line, cut it, and go up one level. And then we'll implement the physics process function on this class too. So to do that, go here above try jump and do function underscore physics process. And we paste this in. So now what we should do on any class that is also going to call physics process, but is a child of platformer character, is we make sure we call the super method to make sure this code executes in addition to whatever else we add to it. So if we go to the player class now, and we have our physics process, we need to do, I think it's called super in Godot, so we just do super, and we pass in the delta, because physics process is still going to expect this delta. So we pass this into the parent class version of the function, let that run.
We have all that.
Player movement script. So now
but it's like one of the things that I still have it to do, which I think it shouldn't be here. It should just also go in the parent class, and we only manipulate move direction, because it's the same code for this and for the character, and I don't see why it would be different ever.
Platformer character, by default, as long as we remember to call this super function, is going to apply gravity. So if we apply, then the gravity should affect this character over here as well. Of course, we can see that this didn't activate here because we never called move and slide on that character. So there would be a couple ways of handling that. One would just be to do move and slide here, and then we would remove it from the player class. But we probably want to make sure that the super calls afterwards now. But if for some reason you need to separate when you apply gravity and move and slide so those don't execute in the same block, I think you could get away with also doing a call deferred on the move and slide. So we pass in the function name, or we can say move and slide dot get method, which is going to get the string name rather than setting the string hard coded into here. And that'll make sure that move and slide gets called at the end of the frame. But I think I want to try this for right now. So move and slide will be called here, and when I'm designing classes, I just need to remember that the platformer class already calls move and slide on any object in the scene. So if we go to player, we just need to call super delta, and remember that that'll handle the rest of the physics processing if we hit play. Now our character should follow through, so we only need call move and slide from one class, and they're all affected by physics. So next, especially for our invader, he's going to have multiple states. So there's going to be a hit state, a death state, and a walking state, possibly even a seeking player state if we want to give it a little bit of a computer brain so that it can actually target the player and run towards it. So even though we're working on a simple enemy for the invader, he's still going to have multiple states. For instance, he's going to have a walking state, a hit state, and a death state at a minimum. So 3 separate states, and each of their states needs their own code. You can, of course, pump everything into one script. You can just create an invader script, but there are
I also have the currently I have the states in the character resources, though they are not really the states but just the names of the animations that I could play. But that's currently where I define how they are called, and then in the enemy I start by playing the idle animation from the beginning, and then the death animation when the health is low. So that's what... Oh, this is currently with the collision shapes. Let's do it without. So you see this is the idle animation. Just because I wanted to have any idle animation, doesn't really make sense for it to shapeshift. But then when it dies, you see that it is the different sprite, right? The death sprite.
Or more elegant solutions to handling that. For instance, one way is to have a state machine as a node, and then child states below that. Another option would be to go to the asset library and look for, I think we want behavior trees. So if I can look for that, Behave is a behavior tree AI for Godot engine. So at a glance, we can look over here and see that Behave, using behavior trees, allows you to create a pretty complex AI situation for your enemy. Now, of course, to specify, when we're talking about AI in this instance, we're not talking about generative AI where it analyzes, let's say, 1,000 photos and then generates a photo that's similar to those. We're talking about AI where you hard code every bit of it. It's just separated into different pieces in a behavior tree. So big distinction there. Game AI is usually the second, not the former. So we're going to try to set up Behave for our behavior tree for our character. This kind of method just ends up being a little bit more flexible in the end than state machines. So we're going to try using Behave for our character. This kind of method ends up being a little bit more flexible in the end than a finite state machine because it allows
I would love him to explain why it's better and more flexible.
to use all these nodes to help us navigate what the character should be doing at any given time based on settings on the character. So for instance, we could say that.
Yeah, but how is, like, that I don't get. How is the settings of a character better suited than than just the state it is in with substates? I don't know.
Something like when the character drops
I don't know.
health, it should run away. So that could be an option, and that would be pretty easy to set up with behavior tree. So we'll keep it simple for this video, but I just want to introduce this plugin as one of the AI options. So I'll download this, and we will install it to add-on/behave install. So if you have any questions about the behave plugin specifically, you can find the documentation at bitbrain/beehive. Note the period right before the .in right here, and yeah, that will basically detail everything about the plugin. So for our tutorial, we'll just set up a simple tree. So back inside of Godot, I'm going to go to project settings and make sure we enable our plugin. So behave, enable that, currently in version 2.8. Now if we right-click Invader, we should be able to search behave and find the behave tree, which is the root of all of our behave, which is going to be the root of all of our behavior tree logic. So I'll add in behave tree, and if we hover over this warning, we'll see that it should have exactly one child node. So we need to right-click here, add child node, and let's start with a selector composite. So this will execute our children sequentially until one of them returns a success. So basically, if one of our logic nodes is able to run, it'll return success, and we don't continue on to the other ones. Otherwise, it will go down the tree and select the other behavior logic to run, and if the conditions are met for that to run, it'll run it instead. So let's do selector composite.
The selector, I don't know why it's so weirdly named. It's just an if-else. Or an if, else if, else if, else if, else if. I don't know, it's so weird to have this complex structure for else if, else if, else if, else if, and call it better. Because this is just spaghetti code in a tree.
So we're going to want to add in a sequence composite. So our sequence composite has basically a list of actions or conditions that need to be met in order to finish the completion of it, and if all of them complete, it would return success, I believe. So we want a sequence composite, and then under here, let's add in a condition. So add a leaf node. Our condition needs to be met in order for us to take the action leaf below it, and then the action leaf will actually write the code for what our AI is doing under those conditions. So condition leaf. Okay, so then in addition to condition leaf, we're going to need an action leaf. I'll add that in there. So our most prioritized action, I'm going to say, is if the character is dead. So I'll rename this is dead, and then the action leaf is going to be to play death. After that occurs, we're going to remove the character from the scene. Okay, so this is going to be the death sequence. We can add another one in now, add child node. So this will be another sequence composite, and I'll duplicate that. So the first one is going to be the hit sequence, and then if that fails, so our character's not dead and our character's not currently hit, then it's going to be the wander sequence. So let's add in here a leaf for the condition. I'll rename this to be is hit. Let's add another action leaf, play hit, and then the wander sequence is going to just be a action leaf, wander action. So if we actually
I think that last part,
action leaf,
you see that,
and then the wander sequence is going to just be a action leaf, wander action.
You see that there's like a little sign, right? Because it's illegal to have a sequence that has only one child, because the sequence basically means to play all the children as long as they don't return false. So I changed that already. Wait, can you see that? Yeah. I changed that to not have a sequence, but just the node itself, because that should have the same effect and be how this should be structured, so that if it's not a sequence, if we don't need a check in the sequence, then we will just play it right away. So I think that's how it should be structured, which I feel is even weirder, because the actions that are of the same manner or matter are now on different levels of the tree, where this should just be default sequence play walk, right? Which he's doing. He's just accepting the warning icon.
So if we actually run the project now, we'll be able to go to the debugger and go here on behave. So we have 3 behave trees running in the scene, and we can kind of see what's going on with the logic here. So
oh yeah, that's interesting. I didn't see that yet. Oh no, I did, but I forgot again, I think. Let me see. Debugger, behave, invader. Let's make this bigger. Okay, let's get the game. And currently they always run into success, which I think makes sense because I added the is death and is hit, and those things result in failures, and because they result in failures, we will not play the death nor the hit, but only the walk.
Basically, it's going to go down the first one of the death sequence, and if that succeeds, it's not going to continue to the hit sequence or the wander sequence. So obviously, our enemies are not dead, so we need to be sure that we set a condition before playing death, and then playing death actually needs to do something before we move on to the hit sequence and the wander sequence. So let's start.
Okay, I think I have them here, right? Yeah. And these are still of the old naming. Oh yeah, I also changed the naming convention to how I like it. So if it's my naming convention, I know it's my file or my stuff, and if it's the language naming convention, it's theirs. The only thing I kept is having private methods be underscore. But this means this here should be renamed to enemy behave is dead or hit or whatever. So this is my convention. Save that, and then here, if we take that and look into the resources, it's also fixed. Okay. Wait, what is this? Why is there a question mark? Does it not have an icon for GD script? Oh, it's a question mark because that's the question mark here. Okay. So yeah, that seems to work. The actions I think are not implemented yet, so that's why they have all the action scripts attached. So I only did is dead and is hit.
Stop that. I'm going to rename this tree to be invader behave tree. So now we can see in play mode that that'll be more specified here. So we know, of course, that this is part of the invader. So to actually add the condition for is dead, we need to right click and extend the script. So condition leaf is dead. And we can actually put this in objects, I think. So in objects, let's say you have a behave folder and the is dead condition leaf. Okay, so we'll create that. Okay, and how these condition leaves work is you implement.
Oh yeah, just for a reference, all the entire tree structure. Let me see if I can extend it so far that you can see. Yeah, the entire tree structure also is different from all he has, in a way that I find it intuitive now. And so I just in general have entities, which is basically everything. I have levels which use the entities, and then in the entities there can be different things. Everything that needs the common thing is placed in the folder, and then below will always get more specific. So hit and hurt box is a general thing, anything could happen. So if I would add a static object like, I don't know, a cauldron or something that you can damage, it would also be able to have a hurt and a hitbox and all of that. And then the characters will be players and enemies, and I have the general character class which defines a lot already, which has its resource. I have stuff for face flipping the asset, I have stuff for the move controller that I talked about earlier, and the resources for it. And then, for example, in the weapons, what we also saw earlier is that the weapons define the weapon controller. This is something where I'm not sure if I want to place it here or maybe in the character, but so far it feels good here. You know, and then I have the weapon, the projectiles, and then I have specific projectiles here. And in the character, I split between player and enemies, which then, for example, the player has the hand anchor to know from where to shoot. Which with how I restructured it, it doesn't even have code, so it wouldn't even be needed, and I only would need the player and the scene that the players used. And then for the enemy, it's the same thing that I define the general enemy, and then I have the invader scene, which just uses it and implements nothing additionally. And now we start with the behave thing. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. So that's why I placed it here, because I feel like this is something only enemies will have and need to change their states. So we'll see. I'm not sure if maybe he wants to have the player also use the behave stuff, then I would just move the behave into the character out of the enemy into the character resources. Just so you have the overview of how I changed the structure.
A function called tick, and in tick you determine whether it is a success, a failure, or to. So to actually add a condition for isDead, we need to right-click and extend the script.
Okay,
so
we're now in isDead.
And we could actually put this in objects, I think. So in objects, let's say we'll have it be a folder and the isDead condition leaf. Okay, so we'll create that. Okay, and how these condition leaves work is you implement a function called tick, and in tick you determine whether it is a success, a failure, or to basically continue checking. So we implement function tick, which is going to give us a actor, and it's also going to give us a blackboard. So
oh yeah, he was in the wrong class.
It is going to hold certain pieces of data, and we don't know.
He's in condition currently.
I think it operates as a dictionary.
He will copy paste it later, I think.
But we can check the blackboard to see if the property is set in it to the value we would expect, and use that to determine true or false whether the character is dead. So somewhere else we target this blackboard and we set the isDead property, and then in our tick function for this condition leaf we check if isDead is true on the blackboard, and if so, then we will return success. So we can say
I saw someone else using this thing, and they never actually used the blackboard. They were just taking, I think, the actor directly, because the actor is on what this is running. So the actor, I think, should be let's try that just for some experiments. Enemy should be an enemy. So let's see if enemy. I'm not sure if I need to do unequal or equal. Unreachable code, yeah, sorry. So let's check that here. I can just do a breakpoint, I don't even need to check it differently. And let's just see if we go here, does that work? So it's not null, I guess. Yeah, so instead of using the blackboard, I think we can just enemy dot current health smaller equal 0. We could just do this. Well, let's duplicate and out comment. So we should be able to just do this, and if it's just 0, the enemy is dead. In that case, we wouldn't need to do the blackboard thing at all. So if we go here, somewhere where we all can see, and oh, okay. We look at, I think the second one is that the first enemy? If we kill that one, it should now go to the death state, yeah. And now it's removed. So I'm not sure why this is not the preferred way of doing it, because we know that in here it could only be the enemy. So we could have like something defined here. I don't know how to do it. So that you could only use it for enemies. But I mean, this would already kind of work. So this could ensure that what even is wrong with this? Enemy. Okay. So this will just work, right? So I don't quite get why we would do the blackboard thing. He did sometimes though have nice ideas on how to do stuff. It was just not exactly how I wanted to do it. I restructured, but it was really great input. So that's also where I like to continue the tutorial. Why not this way though? So I want to see where he ends up with the blackboard stuff. And maybe it's just nice for decoupling and not having to enforce the enemy being in here. So you can just set the property. But then this is kind of, you could just make the script general, right? You could just say, okay, take the scripts. I don't know if it's possible, but I export this, right? So I could just do export key or condition key, string name, nothing. And then I could just check for this here, and this would be reusable, and I would just always do this, right? So in that case, I would only need to handle how I fill this dictionary and never ever check the condition stuff. Which I don't like. It's all a bit weird to me why it wouldn't work like that. So if we would now look at is that, we could just set this to is that, and then everything would work exactly the same. And we wouldn't need to have the same implementation, which we have for is that now, also for is hit, which does exactly the same thing. And as long as we don't do this stuff with directly casting, I don't see the benefit. The benefit of using the backboard if you manually check it anyway. So yeah, I don't know. But maybe he has good ideas at some point on that topic that he'll tell us, and we can learn from that.
Save is that equals key blackboard dot get value. And we're looking for a key value. So this might be another situation where I want to have a data set that I keep consistent with all my AI scripts. So basically,
and I think this was the moment where he started to refactor something, and I chose that, oh no, that's not the way I want to refactor, and then I refactored everything. Something like that, I think. So we'll just listen a bit now and see where he goes until he has it in its own script, and then
if we're looking for death
listen more closely.
Then I want to keep the Blackboard names consistent. So I guess I'll create a new script in the data folder. We'll call this Blackboard names, or Blackboard keys, actually. I think makes the most sense. This will be a resource. We'll create that. Inside of this resource, we'll have the export var, let's say death key.
There's one reason why I don't like what he's doing there, and I can show that, I think, on the animation stuff. If you could have this thing he currently defines, because he did a similar thing with the animations, if you could just define a resource in a specific spot and use it everywhere, and also use it for the names here, then I would use it. Then I think it's beneficial, because then you have that spot where it's defined, and it would be ensured to be correct. But it's not like that. You freely put in string names here. Fine, do it. But then you also freely put in the string names somewhere else. And I don't think it's better to have one general place to put it, and everything just needs to write it correctly. If you do it like that, then it has no benefit to putting it in a central place in the first place, in the beginning with. Because you can just at least have it here, right? I have a default value for every character. It's directly in the resource. I click on any character, so the invader or the player, and the default is here. If I want to change the default for some reason, because I have other stuff here, I can do that. And it's like 2 clicks away, and it's in one place in the space of the IDE. So I think that's the better way to have it. So I have it in a resource, but not in some general place, but directly where needed. And as long as I can't enforce the values on the animate sprites names, I don't think there's value in it. and as long as I don't enforce the is dead naming everywhere, I also don't see value in that.
String name, which will be equal to death. This class, of course, is class name Blackboard
Which is why I currently
keys,
just have it
and
in
then
the
we'll create
script.
a resource
But we'll
for
see.
that Blackboard keys and save that there. So Blackboard keys.tres. So now we'll just use this in our leaf script, but I got a note that I was actually editing the condition leaf from the plugin. So I'm gonna cut that and make sure that I open up this script, which is the isDead condition leaf. So class name isDead, which is a condition leaf. And that's where we
I also don't know why.
this tick
Oh,
function.
damn. I clicked in the wrong place.
Changing the original script, of course. So
I don't know why he names every class. I also did it now, but I need to check that at some point if there's a benefit to it. Because for me, if the class is just always named like the file, that would be optimal. That would be what I want, because I had several times where I renamed something and then I forgot to rename the class name inside the file. So I would prefer if it would just always be the file name, but I'm not sure.
var, and we'll say keys, which are going to be Blackboard keys. Then we're going to look for the keys.death key. So we get the value there. Now we just need to assign Blackboard keys.trs and the inspector for isDead. Okay, now we have our key names. Cool. So we get the value from keys.death key. So this we expect to be a Boolean. So we could mark that there. And then basically if isDead, then we're going to return success. Else we're going to return failure. So if the character is dead on the blackboard, we return success, and then we try to play the play death action sequence. Otherwise, we're going to return failure. So right now, nothing is setting the blackboard values, so this will always return failure. If we go to the behavior tree...
Okay, I think this is where we stopped. Exactly this moment. So now there's new stuff. Exciting.
We can create our blackboard here. For some reason, it's set to a node there.
Oh no, we also saw that part.
What we should do is create a Blackboard node in our hierarchy. I'm going to right click.
And I think it's set to a node because it's an eternal thing. So I'm not sure why we created the separate board where it could just be some internal Blackboard, but I don't care that much with this because I probably will not use behavior trees in the long run.
Click on Invader Behavior Tree, add a Blackboard. I kind of like this at the top, and then we'll assign the Blackboard to the Blackboard node. And now this Blackboard is going to automatically get passed into all of these tick functions on basically anything that's running in your tree as an action or condition leaf is going to have access to this Blackboard. So as long as we set the dictionary values in our Blackboard, we'll be able to read from those in our scripts. Okay, so let's add
interesting. Do I need to predefine them?
Breakpoint in our isDead script. We'll hit play, and it should run into this. But it looks like we're getting an error there, so I guess we have to put Blackboard outside. And we're still targeting it in the behavior tree. So that's fine, just make sure Blackboard's out. And in the script, we want to set a breakpoint, so we'll check isDead at our breakpoint, which we would expect to be false at this point. So we come into there, of course, trying to assign a value nil to a type of Boolean is an error we would expect because there is no values in the tree. If we check the Blackboard object, we can see in its dictionaries, and I don't remember if it's in the data of the Blackboard, but we would have in here the value for the death key. That's not being set, so...
Wait, where does he have data? I don't have data. Oh, he has data because he is debugging. I see. I see. So... how would I do that? Here. I think I would need to navigate there through this. A thing that I would like to have fixed, which I don't know how, is that if I have a breakpoint in code, I would like to also break in the engine. Oh wait, I am. Oh, I didn't know. I am. But it's the same thing then, so it doesn't get that much. But shouldn't I thought if I'm here and give me an enemy. Give me a blackboard. Okay, this is not exactly, oh, you can't see. This is exactly what he has. If I navigate in the remote tree to that position. Which I could have had down here, I think. In the same way. Yeah, because it's empty. But it's not as nice to be looked at. Okay.
So we need to set that in something else in order to read that properly. So we actually kind of want this error to pop up because that's a pretty big issue. So I have been thinking a little bit about this.
I think I avoided that, right? And set the default to false. Yeah. I set the default value false. So that if the value is not present, we fail. So that everything would work. I'm not sure if I like that or not, because it is ensuring if I leave it out that that is always set. I don't know.
One with the invader stats, we might actually want a health component that's separate from that. And then when the character dies, we don't have the invader stats / object stats necessarily calling the death signals. But we'll still have the invader stats for all of the statistics about it. But for our current health, we can pull that out to a health component, and that health component can mark.
I also have pulled out the health, but not in another component, but just in the character class.
Mark the blackboard with the information it needs to for when the character dies. So let's add to our invader a new node.
Which is what I used
at
here.
The top, I'll just call this the health component. We'll create a script.
We'll not do that.
It'll go in the objects
we'll
folder,
not do that.
In characters enemies, but
that will just be 3 lines of code for a separate file. I don't like that at all.
Stats of the object stats. And then this will also have the current health. So for our current health.
Which means with object stats, it means that there will be another time that you need to go in the editor, select something, go to the resource, select the resource, set the same property again, the same resource again for nothing. I dislike.
Which is going to be an end function ready. We'll say that the current health is equal to the stats.max health.
All he's doing is what I have done here.
Enters the scene for the first time, and
for me, it's just not called stats, but it's the res object, which is the character resources, which is in the character where it should be, and only taking the information from there.
Everything else, it's going to be initially set to max health, which we pull out of the object stats. So for the invader stats, we can load that in from invader stats.
Yeah, now he needs to do that. He needs to be sure that's the correct stat, that he's always saving the stats, all of that.
And object stats.
I never need to save the stats to file with how I set it up, because they exclusively live here. They're not shared, so I could save them if I want to load them later or something like that, but they will go nowhere. I don't need to have saved this and then load it to every other thing that I use here. And I think that's the better way for at least my programmer brain where I don't want to spend too much time in the editor.
I'm going to take the death signal, and I'll put that in the health class instead.
The death signal.
So,
okay.
Put that up here. And then in object stats, the current health, we're going to paste this into there as well. And just override what I had just wrote a second ago. So,
okay, let me check what that was. Oh, it's to emit the death, right? Yeah. Okay, let's see how I handle that. I think I handle that in the enemy directly, because the enemies can die currently and the player cannot. So I have set it up so that the hit and hurt box does stuff automatically, and then at some point, like, you just set up what you want. So I set up a method that is the implementation of if this is hittable or not, and I connect on the was hit event. So if I was hit, like if an enemy was hit with any hitbox, right? Then I check what it is that hit me. Here I check if it's a projectile, and if it is, then I apply the damage, and here I do the check for my state, and if I die through this, I die. So in a better way, here I could do a state change to death and have this be handled in the death class, but I think this is so simple behavior. Like, imagine there wasn't all the out-commented code I need, right? So it would fit without scrawling, and it's just too simple to put that separate somewhere else. So I don't think I want to put that in a separate health component. That only is true for the for this enemy anyway, right? I don't want to have this playing behavior and all that stuff for the player, so it makes no sense to have that in a component, I think.
We don't really need a default value here.
So for now, we'll keep it here. I might do something like bring the check here or somewhere else. I don't know how he does the setting of a blackboard, right? I bring that in that place just to try it out, and then I bring the stuff I actually want to do into this play dev thing, which I don't know yet how that works, so we'll see.
Because we're going to set it on ready, and this will be the health node. So our health node is going to have a reference to the blackboard, where whenever our health node dies, we'll set the blackboard value of is death to be equal to true. And actually,
okay. I mean, by my structure, that would mean that I'm adding that I'm enforcing a blackboard to exist below the invader, right? So I would have this thing, and then I would have this thing to make sure that it exists, and then I can freely use it. So I could say here, okay, you know what? Set, and then here I would need the same key. Oh, true. But that would also mean that on ready, I would need to set all the keys. No, because I default to false, right? So I can spare me that part. So this should work then. And now I'm like, I agree that this should be set somewhere in common is that should be in a common place to be accessed. But I just don't see the benefit of splitting this up, right? Because if I do this check here anyway, and I'm just setting this property, and then I'm just dragging out the property, it's just wasted effort. I could just directly do the check here, and I have it clearly that this is that component does exactly that and defines exactly that. I wouldn't need the blackboard, and I would need to somehow have the same naming convention between them. I think I would even prefer if I would add a method to the enemy so that I could do enemy is dead. Oh my god. I put that on still being sick and having a headache, the typing of today. Although I'm not that much better with typing and at any point. So this is what I would do. Rather than having the blackboard thing, I would want to have the state where it matters, and that's in the enemy. This is the class that controls everything. This is how I like it. This combines everything into one whole thing. So if I just place those values in the blackboard, here for example, I might as well just place them internally without a dictionary and access them. So I don't like this, but we can check if this is now working, because now we should see the difference in the behavior, I think. Declared but never used. That's a lie. Wait, do they not clear themselves automatically? Let me stop here and restart. Okay, we don't get new arrows, so maybe they clear out automatically. Where is behave invader? Yeah, it might be that this will not work if I don't start it from the editor. I'm not sure if that was the problem or something else. Okay, walking. One more bullet. Doesn't work. Maybe it was a different one. So let's find the one that... Damn it, I didn't look. No. Should have just stopped when it died. Okay, maybe it's this one. Huh. So did it not work, or was there no tick left? I don't know. Might be that there was no tick left because I free it after timeout, right? So let's try again like this. Oh, I would love for it to not be an output every time. Just stick with the behave. Come on. Okay, I think the second one is this. Damn it. Okay, and none of them switched state. Let's inspect the blackboard. And I know I could check this, like watch the video and continue, but I think it's valuable to check those things by yourself and see how they work or don't work. Okay, there's stuff in there now, which I would love to still have an invader to kill, to see what there was before I ended here and which was there afterwards. Can I see who Invader 1 is? Oh, they still fell out of the... Yeah, okay. Oh no, I need to navigate there again. Damn it. Oh, but this is at least kept. Okay, so there's nothing in here. No keys, no values. One and data is 2. But I think it was exactly like that, right? So me setting the value seems to not work. Does it? No, it's all still the same. So I guess we continue to listen to the video a bit and see how this is done. I'm not sure why this is not how it should be done. Where's the Ben button? Ben. Okay. So let's see if we end up on this checkpoint though. How did I miss all the shots? Okay, we end up here. We have the blackboard. It has 1, it has 2. We go over that. It has 1, it has 2. And we have no information that something went wrong. Okay. Interesting. If the property does not exist or the given values type does not match, nothing happens. That's so stupid for calling the method set. That's so stupid. If you set it, it will be set. It's not try set, it's not insert or anything. Does it at least return? No, it doesn't even return if it was able to do that. Oh, I hate that. That's so stupid. So what is there? Blackboard. Wait, did I mistype? No. Set forced or set property or something like that. Property can revert. Get property list. Okay. So just checking, but you want me to now go to the blackboard and do stuff here. So like this, or what? Let's see, we're just trial and erroring because trial and erroring is fun. Well, we still don't know if this works or not. Which is great. Because it won't fail and won't give an error. Stupid. Wait, how are they all? But I have is that false? True. Is dead. Is dead. Yeah, I should listen to how this would probably work. Oh my god, I need to edit. Ah, that's not true. Oh, fuck you. Okay, so now we have that. It's false. And now, if I kill it, one of them should be in the false state, which none of them is. Damn it. But this is still called on ticks, so this should have worked. But because this method doesn't tell us if it works or not, we wouldn't know. Maybe it won't work because the thing here is a string and not a... Is that key string name? Oh, wait. Is it a string name here too? It is. Let's steal that. So now it is what it should be. Also, how would the blackboard be exclusive per invader? To me, this looks like it's a general thing between all invaders. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, doesn't work. We'll listen to what he has to say and how he wanna do it, and then we'll see how we adapt to that. Is dead. Is dead. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to use the blackboard like that. I think I rather implement it in the end without the blackboard, which we saw before that it already worked, right? So we'll do it like that. And we need to remove this again, and I think now we're in the same state he is.
Actually, that's the death key death. So death will be true. Okay, for that, we'll need a reference to the blackboard. So our health node, we're gonna paste this into there as well.
Okay.
And just override what I had just wrote a second ago. So we don't really need a default value here because we're going to set it on ready. And this will be the health node. So our health node is going to have a reference to the blackboard, where whenever our health node dies, we'll set the blackboard value.
Then why having this signal
to be equal to true? And actually, that's the death key death. So death will be true. Okay. For that, we'll need a reference to the blackboard. Okay. Maybe we also put in a alive signal, or you know what? Let's change this. Is alive signal. So this will be a value.
What?
whether it's alive or not.
Why?
And let's make that a property. And I'll also call it isAliveChanged. So we can make this into a property now. Var isAlive by default is going to be true, but we'll do a setter function. So if the value is the isAlive value, then we're going to return because there's no change. It's already the same thing. Otherwise, we're going to set the isAlive to the value, and we're going to emit isAliveChanged with the isAlive value. So now whether this is set to false or true, it's going to emit a signal anyway, and I'll do a .emit here, because remember we're doing a signal, so the new value will be emitted, and we can use other scripts to respond to that. And instead of this bit, let's also have another signal in here. So signal health changed, and we'll have like a new value and an amount that it changed by. So I'm going to comment this bit out here, and we'll say health changed.emit, and the new value is going to be current health, and the amount changed, so that'll be amount changed is equal to current health minus old. We pass that in here. Okay, so now we have those two parameters from our signal. But if the current health is already equal to the value, I don't want to bother emitting a signal because nothing's changed. So if current health equals value, then we'll return. And I'm going to reverse that also down here. So if isAlive equals value, then we'll return. Okay, so we have this signal, and we can actually connect to the signal within their own class as well. So I'm going to say down here, healthChanged.connect.
I think he's doing the signals because he doesn't have like a place like I have for handling it.
Amount changed. So whenever
because he doesn't have this spot.
The health changed, we just want to tell isAlive equal to if the health is above 0 or not. So isAlive equals current health.
Right, let me quickly check. What did I have before here? Okay, I just added it. Okay, that's fine. Just wanted to make sure that I didn't lose some of my code.
Is greater than 0, so we update. So whenever the health changes, we just want to tell isAlive equal to if the health is above 0 or not. So isAlive equals current health is greater than 0. So we update this Boolean property whenever we update the current health now. And that basically handles our health script.
Yeah, but why?
Okay, now I could also have the health script directly set the blackboard. But rather than permanently constraining our health script to the blackboard and the behave tree necessarily, what I will do is have a enemy blackboard setter script. So basically it'll connect to any other components, grab their signals for like isAliveChanged, and then set that on the blackboard as a in-between step. So I'll right click on invader. Let's add in a
Of course
node,
we add another
and I'll
node.
position this, yeah, let's just say under blackboard. So for this node name, I'll call it object blackboard setter. So for any object that needs to set the blackboard, we'll use this script to do that. So I'll put this once again in the objects folder. Let's open that, create it in there. To set values on the blackboard, we need to get a reference to the blackboard. So export var blackboard of type blackboard. And remember, whenever we have the plugin installed, the blackboard, we're specifically talking about the behave tree blackboard. Other plugins may have something similar, but just keep that in mind. So we have that, and our object needs to update the blackboard whenever its health component changes isAlive to false or true. So we make reference to the health component at export var health, which we can do the.
Let me do just for structuring reasons. Died. How do you write that? Died. Maybe. I don't know. So we'll just call died in a separate function. For no special reason. Also, aren't these... Yeah, I'm not really consistent with that yet. I think these are also purely private. But nearly everything is purely private with things here. I don't know. At least so far. Okay, so we just say, okay, was hit, and then do stuff, and apply the health change. And I see how it might be nicer, because if we have health changes in different spots, we would always want to do this, right? So to only have this happen here in general would be a bad idea. Because we could have so many different spots where we would want to change the health value. Maybe we have a revive thing, right? And then we revive, but the revive, we forget to add the checks here. So it would be nicer that on the current health change, we check if we're dead or not. Or if we always check that state and not have it applied like this. So maybe I even do... handle dying. Is that written correctly? Isn't that painting something? And then we do it like this. At least this way we could use that method anywhere, so whenever we change health we could just call handle dying. But then at the same point we could also just have a method that is set current health and that is applying that. But I see the point of having current health changed be something more important, which we could just add here and react on that. And have that be a general state of the character. And then it's always true that if that applied, it's that. Do I want to do that? Let's listen first what he does and then we'll see.
Disconnect trick I like to use. So if instance valid, if is instance valid,
he says.
Then health dot is alive. We're gonna disconnect on is alive changed, and I forgot the underscore changed part. Then we're gonna set the health equal to the value. Copy paste this down below. And then just change disconnect to connect. Okay, so now we're connected to the signal on the health component. We need to create the on is alive changed function. So this is gonna have the boolean of the value. So p-value boolean, and basically whatever the value is, we set it on the blackboard. So this is gonna be for the death value.
Okay. I think I don't want to do a is that thing. I just want health changed event. And then I will just implement that for the enemy and say that, okay, health changed, check, and then set the death state. Or do I want to have it in the character? I mean, that's a general property that could be in the character. So I like that decoupling to not have this method called here, but be called by the health change. And then if I do that anyway, I might as well have that as a property that I explicitly set somewhere. So now this is fully general because this will be called I don't know enough yet to know how this might affect if I just use it as a trigger and not give that, if it will always have the correct value, or if it's like somehow delayed until the actual value is there and stuff like that. So I rather take it directly, as that seems to be how it's usually done. So we will copy this. And add it here. And need to add that. And need to add the signal. So signal health changed. I want to do this. Okay, signal health changed. We set it to the max, and if it's set and the value differs, we set it and emit. That's better than this. At least for my preference on how to look at it. Okay, so we set the new value, we emit that it has changed. Let's make sure this is all named the same way, because easier to follow. And then here now we can, in the ready, link this up. So we can say, health, what was that? Health changed dot connect this. Maybe put it here. Because that experiment thing is structurally the same kind as those things. Put it here. Okay, so we now have health change. That will be triggered when the health is changed. We check if the value that we get is below health. I could call this current health value, but it's just too long for not being used a lot. And then we do the same thing. So this is definitely nicer. Let's see if it still runs and works. Even though the Blackboard thing seems to not work. Okay. Still worked. Nicer structure. That's a nice improvement, actually. Okay. So back to this. Anything else I want to change from what he is doing? Instead of running these stuff here, right, that would be moved into the play death node, which is kind of fine to me to move it there. But it could also now again be just be the died, right? I could do died and then do other stuff like if health something, do other method stuff, and then have it just combined in one method in this class rather than have it in a separate spot, which I think I would prefer to have it in this class as long as the class is still manageable for me. I would never split classes for the purpose of splitting them.
value on the Blackboard. So Blackboard dot set value.
Oh. Oh. Wait, why do I not... Did I just not see that method? Okay. And this method returns null. Key value. It always returns null? Interesting. Can I go in there? Returns void, not null. As data set, okay. Okay. Well. So now it should work, right? Let's try again. Where's the game? 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn it! I think he got removed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, he's now in the dead state. And the rest is not. Okay. So my problem is that these stuff like Q3, right? For me to have that work and also have access to the animated sprite, the collision, all of that, if I copy that and don't run it here, but run it in a custom script here, I don't know if I would have access to these methods directly. Like I don't know, it just doesn't feel right to then again needing to have some reference to the parent object to then over there do stuff where I could just directly do it here. Which would end up with me doing you know, the die method again. Or is it written like this? Die. A die method which contains all of this, and then I just call that one. So instead of calling it here, I would go into the implementation here, get the class, and then call die. And I don't feel like that's worth all the extra fuzz, where it could just be a state machine in here in this class directly in the code.
We need a reference to that key. So let's get the keys resource at export var keys, which is of type Blackboard keys. So keys dot def key. It's going to be equal to the key value. And I think as a last thing, we maybe want the ready function to set that on ready. So function underscore ready. We're going to take.
I do see though when one would use the Blackboard if it's too much calculation for those values, right? So if I only want to set the state once, but then I also wouldn't use the Blackboard. I would just have a Boolean value in this class and then access that rather than having the health check like this.
Take the Blackboard.set value of keys.depth key to health.is alive. Okay, so before we receive a signal, we've already set the value on the Blackboard, which is going to hopefully mean that it can run immediately. If not, then this might need to occur before other things happen, but we'll see if this works on ready. So assign the Blackboard.
That's such a gambling, dude.
The resource Blackboard keys from the data folder and assign the health component, and that should set the Blackboard up with
I hate all this assigning.
Values it needs for it instead to be set here and get the value so we can use it in our behave tree logic. Okay, so let's hit play now and see if that.
Okay, so we gonna, I think, not do that. I think I'm skipping the blackboard entirely. Because this is run, the tick is run anyway, right? Except if the node is somewhere in the behavior tree, somewhere at the end, that it might not be run. But, and it's super complex. We might run into a situation where I have a check here that I never executed this one, right? I forgot that someone else plays the game, and then they run into the assert and crash the game. But other than that case, where this is so complex that I didn't try each branch at least once, then this check will just at runtime, when I start the program, directly give me feedback that I did something wrong. And I can use this for any isThat component, for any enemy component, and that's generic enough for me, I think. So the proposed method that I don't like. Wrong button. So now the blackboard is unused. The actor, though, is not. And we'll just do this rather than what he did. And I guess this is more computation, right? But I'm fine with that. The interesting part is that this only updates every tick, right? For the other thing, it's immediately, which I like more. And this could have a delay till we switch to the death state, which is kind of weird. Okay, so this means on health changed, we actually do nothing. We like this more, but for the sake of trying the behavior tree, we currently not use it. And then if we use the die method, we'll see in a second. But literally now, this will check if we go into death state. That will ensure everything he just did, but in my perspective in a nicer way, because I don't want the blackboard. It's like the blackboard should decouple, but literally he just coupled it over other ways very annoyingly anyway, so I don't like it.
That's working. Okay, so I did some testing and it seems like...
Okay, the tree blackboard dictionary seems to reset values on ready before the tree starts its behaviors.
When you try to set the blackboard values on the ready function, that the blackboard actually resets its default values. So there's a couple ways to handle this situation. I guess using onReady is not the way to do it. One would be that on the blackboard, we could manually add in the key.
Yeah, great. Amazing.
And just default until this value has been set to something new, that we have something set in our scripts. So if we go to isDead and we try to get the value, the death key, then we can just say that by default this is false. So basically the idea is just that the blackboard, we should...
What? No way, that is what I have here since ages.
Until everything initializes before we try to set anything into it. I don't know why it's set up like that, but that seems to be the case. So the blackboard setter will just be updating the value with new values after the script has already loaded. So if I add this back in, I bet you could actually do something like call deferred. And this is a little hackish, but let's do blackboard.setValue.getMethod. and then we give it the parameters, which is going to be keys.death key. And then just for testing purposes,
I
let's say
need
this
water
is
in a
true.
second.
So we'll go to isDead, and this should be false by default because that's the default. But I'll set a breakpoint here. So if we were to go back to the Blackboard setter script, and I did something like, let's change this to function underscore physics process. And then every time we run physics process, we set this to true. And
Wait, and so the thing he just tried didn't work, right? And now he's trying it again, but the cut was just weird?
this is just purely for testing. Then on physics process, it should be able to update here. So by default, this is false. So once we set it, it's going to give true. If we run the current scene, the first time we run it, I guess the physics process has already actually ran. Dead is set to true. If we check the Blackboard, then there we have the death data listed inside of there. So yeah, I don't know the exact reason, but be careful with trying to set the values on ready, I guess, at least in the current version of the plugin. We'll just have onLive changed to set that as we need, but by default, every object in the scene for isDead is just going to default to false until we set the death to false. And actually, to make this make a little bit more sense in the data for the project, in Blackboard keys, we're going to say isAlive. This would be isAlive. Okay, so that when we're responding to the signal, we actually set the isAlive key to the value of isAlive changed. Okay, so you see how that makes a little more sense there. And then on...
I'm just thinking on what will happen when we in a second have the hit check. Because basically, for this to work, that must be a state that is set, right? So in my enemy class, when I have the was hit, I would just flip a Boolean flag and say, I am hit. And then somehow this would need to be set to false again after the hit is processed. So in between would be where stuff could happen. Which is again so weird that this check should then be made in the isHit implementation. And then trigger something that is blocking. Because I don't like isHit is not a tick thing. isHit is instant. Something happens, you're hit. And now I'm waiting for the next tick to pick that up. I feel like the entire structure is not how you should use it.
isDead, we're going to get the isAlive value, but of course we want to reverse that. So isDead is going to be not isAlive. And if isDead, then we're going to success, otherwise we're going to fail. So initially we should be failing this because the character should be dead by default. But it's still set to true here because I need to change the default value for isAlive to true. Okay, so by default we assume that a character is alive until we've set the value in the Blackboard for isAlive to false. If I run this, okay, isDead is now false, and we will not succeed. And if we go hit play and we look at the behave debugger, we should see that we're failing the death sequence there. Okay, so we can see what's happening here. We get the death sequence, isDead fails, so we go to the next one, the hit sequence. We haven't set up the isHit condition, so we automatically proceed to the play hit action, and until we fail one of these, we won't do the wander sequence. So I was getting a little stuck there myself, but hopefully now that we got that going...
I mean, a bit is a bit of an understatement, but fine.
Knocking out the hit sequence, the play death logic, play hit logic, and wander action logic should be a bunch easier to understand. So let's stop the scene and clean things up a bit. If we shoot an enemy now, then we'll see that the hurt box now cannot access the current health stat of the object stats. So instead of referencing the object stats in the hurt box, we should actually
reference
the
more
health
stuff
now. So health and then health here. So we'll do the health.current health. So now down here in hitable,
but I get how people might
current health is greater than 0.
like the way he does stuff too. It's definitely a bit more like not centralized, how to say that. Oh, maybe I should add light here. When I get something to drink, I can turn on the main light. He's like, his way is way more decentralized, where mine is centralizing everything in the enemy, but I like to centralize it in the enemy. Like the stuff I use can be split up and everywhere, but I want to see at the enemy class go into this file specifically and be able to understand everything. I don't want to like go into the invader and, you know, check if something is set here, and then go to the blackboard, and then I go to is that, and then I check the health component, and then, oh damn, now I want to see what with the hittable hurt boxes, so I go into the hurt box and check what's set here, and then there's something checked. So okay, I now go to the hurt box and see, well, what is set in the hurt box and what do I do with that, and all that stuff where, with the way I structure it, and I like it, which doesn't need to be the best way to do it to everyone, right? But I can just check here and see, okay, that's the connection we have. This is the method that handles the hurt box. It's all in here. And then I can just go there. And this is now here, but I would be fine with this being in another file, right? This being separated. Wouldn't need to be a node that's here, could just be a separate file, just separate script that's called, right? Something like that. Just to split up if this file gets too big. But as long as it's not too big, I think this is way much preferable to like the way the hurt box now needs to know the health. The hurt box shouldn't know about health at all. It just needs to know that a hit happened. I defer the hit to whoever wants to handle it.
On the current health property,
From my perspective, at least.
Click lookup symbol. I want to make sure that this is never set to more than the max value of the object stats max health. So the value here that we set to current health is actually going to be the min of either the value and the stat.
I mean, that's fine to me. That's nothing I would care about too much right now. It's a nice little addition. Oh, but that would mean we need to call that and not this. Which means this makes more sense in general. Okay.
Stats.max health. So that's just to make sure that the current health is never set to a value more than the max health. Regardless of how we do it, how we get that value for the current health. It'll always be capped at the max health. Okay, let's hit play and see if we can clean up a couple other things. Shooting. So the hitbox was...
Wait, so he just added that and now... Wait.
And we health
Okay.
here. So we'll do the health dot...
Can't he just links it again then?
So now
Okay.
down here in hittable...
Yeah, I
we
hate
wanna
the
check
decentralized
health
linking
current
of
health
stuff
is
in the
greater than
UI.
0. Instead of
I think
on the
that's my
stats.
main
So
issue.
if we
Other than
stop
that,
the
it's
scene
fine. I'm
and
also
we look
linking
at
everything,
our hurt box,
but I do it in
we
code.
assign the health script so that we know where we're checking for invincibility from. Also on the current health property, let's look up the symbol, right click lookup symbol. I want to make sure that this is never set to more than the max value of the object stats max health. So the value here that we set to current health is actually going to be the min of either the value and the stats.max health. So that's just to make sure that the current health is never set.
Wait, what is happening with the amount changed? Oh, because he not only says what the new value is, but also the amount changed. That's interesting, yeah. But I think he didn't tell that here, right? He he added that and it was not in the video, I think. I mean, yeah, that's an interesting thing to know. Oh, I should also do this. I know it's not enforced, but it's nice to call out what's happening. So direction vector 2. which I would love that this would be enforced. That would be so good. New value and... But I think I just, like... You can calculate on your own if you want to. I just give you the information and you do what you want. So we do it like this, I think. Question is if I want to do the old value. Yeah, let's do it like this. Because usually you maybe don't need the old value, so you only use the first one. And then here I store the old value. Or prep the health to be current health, and then we also put in the previous health. Hi Morgan, Abend. Why is it wrong? Constant isn't a constant expression. Oh. Well, I want the value that is then constant, but fine, if that's not possible, I do it like this. And then in this, new health, and it's not a float, it's an int, old health, int. Okay, so now we fix that and later can use it if we want to. How have you been? I hope you were not as sick as I was over the week and were more productive than me. I did do some stuff though, but not as much as I wished. You've been well, just a bit tired. I feel like that's fine. That's fine. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you. I'm definitely on the, like, you know what's great? Next week I'll work again and I'll be ready to work and no longer be sick then. I think that's exactly that. On the first day I will no longer be sick, which I would have wished that, you know, maybe I get sick a week later and not in my vacations last week, but that's how it is, so yeah. That's working. But yeah, I did do some rewriting and changing of the entire project's code, which isn't too much, but I wanted to have a structure that I'm happy with and not whenever he does something just complain how I don't like it, but don't know how to do it better and then just be stuck. So now I know I want to do stuff. I have a structure. I implemented that for everything I have so far, and now I'm just testing it against the new stuff that we add with him together. And so far it works quite well. So yeah, now he had the great idea to have the new and old value, so I will have that too. And by that, maybe later have it easier to react on health changes and maybe add damage numbers or something like that. So we'll see how that goes. Do you get your vacation days back since you've been sick? I don't know. I mean, in theory, it's not even vacation, but overtime, right? Which I'm just taking to not work. I actually have no idea. I should ask that if it works like that. But I think there's a thing like that, right? When you're sick, you're probably not getting the vacation day or something. But it's kind of weird for being. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I don't know. Yeah, I'll ask. I'll ask. But yeah, it was just like 4 days of just watching YouTube and... No, 3 days of just watching YouTube, I think, and then 1 day of doing the coding changes. And then today I wanted to do the new stuff of the video. But by this progress now, I'm definitely not gonna get where I wanted to be at the end of January. Sadly. I'm not even sure if I'll get through the tutorial with just the weekend time to, implement it all. Especially not if I'm rethinking so much and trying to do my own way and all of that. But yeah, thanks for the hint. I'll definitely check that and maybe do more free at another time then. More free time.
Set to a value more than the max health. Regardless of how we do it, how we get that value for the current health. It'll always be capped at the max health. Okay, let's hit play and see if we can clean up a couple.
Nice. Do you have any projects at the moment, Morten? Bitte, danke. Any like nice side projects or something like that? You're building, I don't know, an AI to take over the world. Not at the moment. I see. I hope that my hype with this project keeps up, and I'll just every day after work stream and continue this. That would be really cool, but I don't know yet. Sometimes when work comes in, the creativity after work just is a bit dead, and I'm just tired and want to sleep. So I hope that I can continue. Yep. I hope that I can continue with the project fully motivated. But we'll see.
Things, shooting. So the hitbox was dealing damage to the hurt box by just subtracting the damage dealt from the current health. But we're going to also have knockback. So
we have knockback. Damn it, we're gonna get knockback? Crazy. Hitbox, damn it. Now it's complicated because I need to know what he is doing and how to transfer it. So he is in the same method as I am, I think, but he is in the hitbox rather than the enemy.
So we should have a signal on the hurt box that we can subscribe to. So when we get hit, we can basically mark the character for being in a hit state. So let's say hurtbox.hit, and we're going to say the amount of damage. So we're now going to be saying hurtbox hit damage, and then this will give the actual amount dealt as a return. So we don't need that. So we'll cut this weapon stats damage, pass that in. The dealt is going to be
hurtbox.hit weapon stats damage. Hurtbox hit dealt.
Be put down here. And then we're not going to automatically subtract the current health. We're actually going to let the hurt box manage that. So
why would the hurt box manage the health?
Function hit. And maybe later we'll add something for the knockback.
I had been to a Spieleabend at the Goethe-Institut here in Toronto last evening. It was fun. We played some German board games. Oh, that sounds really good. I was at a Spieleabend last weekend. Last weekend? Yeah. And we went to the Harz. I'm not sure if you know where that is in Germany, and that was really cool. And we played Risk and Small Worlds or Small World, and we played cards. I love board games. But were your board games, which I think those are all not primarily German games, right? Are yours just German versions, or are those just board games from Germany in Germany? Would you drop the names of them, please? They were German. Interesting. I don't know any, but I don't know a lot of board games, I think. So it's no surprise that I wouldn't know of specifically German ones. One of them was called Head Buns. Let me grab a browser. Head Buns. I wonder how it's like. I wouldn't know how to say the name, actually. Oh, interesting. Oh, that sounds, or at least looks like a really fun, like not party game, but like game with a lot of people with friends, right? It sounds like that would be super much fun to play in a group. And just a bit cursed and goofy fun in that regard. I mean, headband could be, and then they just made a German word out of it, adding the Z. I don't know. Huh. Not really board. Oh, board game. Yeah. Headband. I don't know, right? Because I wouldn't know the name Hedbuns, which would be if I say it in German. Yeah, that's definitely where the name comes from, right? It's definitely headbands, just written weirdly for the German appeal. Okay. Oh, I don't know. I played a different cooperative game where it is a maze, and you play that together, and you try to like get into the shopping mall and get stuff out in there. That was also really fun and a bit chaotic. Your head was too big for the headband. I guess that sucks. For me, it's always my hair that is too much for those things. So any like headwear just never fits. If I want to have a helmet for bicycle, it's the biggest size available because it wouldn't fit otherwise, and my head alone is too big already. How did you solve it though? Did you tape more band in it, or how did you manage to play?
I haven't decided on that yet.
Oh damn it! I didn't want to start. Had to sort of balance it. Oh my god. I mean, that adds to the chaos and fun of such a game, right? So sure was fine. I just kept it on the table in front of. Oh yeah. I mean, that's the headband probably is just a gimmick, right? So that you don't need to like tape it to your head like you usually would with similar games. When did you decide to get dreads? Oh, I don't know. It's so long ago. Even though it's probably not, probably just a few years. Yeah, I don't know when exactly. It was just that I thought about the looks of it. I like that, and then I did kind of photoshopped stuff together with my face and someone that had dreads that I liked, and then ear piercings and all of that. And I looked at that picture and decided, well, I like that look, and then I did it like half a year later or something. But I don't know when specifically that was. Maybe 2019 or something. I'm so bad with dates and time though. yeah, I think there was not a really long time of I want to do it, but I don't know if I really want to. I think there was more like, okay, I'm gonna do it now, and then I just search a place where I can go, which currently is the problem because I need them to call me back so that I can fix my hair because it's just getting worse and worse with growing out. But yeah, I was sick and I wanna code a game, so there's no time for IRL stuff that needs to be done. I can do that when I work again. I mean, it's not a lot of maintenance time-wise. It's just like frequency-wise, you don't need to do it often, but if you do it, it takes a bit of time, right? And so the problem is to have someone do it for you because I don't want to do it myself. And with that, the person I was usually going to went to a different city, so I need a new person, and that's the struggle. It's not really that, like, if I do it half a year, once half a year or once a year even would be fine, but the struggle is now to find a new person that is willing to do it, and that's annoying. But in general, it's, at least for my hair, it kind of dreads itself a bit, and so it's only the hair that doesn't fully fit in the individual dreads that sticks out to the sides that need to be put in from time to time. And it's definitely time for that now. Last time I let someone fix my hair was before Japan, so that's been a while.
And hurtbox.hit, we need to set that up. So
let's let him talk on the side. I
maybe
think I
later
don't
we'll
need
add
to
something for the knockback,
follow anything
kind
of him
decided
at the
on
moment
later.
anyway.
But for right now, I want to figure out how much damage
Makes sense.
actually
Yeah, it would
this
be so
user
nice
chain
if it
and
just,
not Boolean. So we're going to
would
check
be
that the
done
health
already,
is
like
var
with all the
health dot
adult
current
stuff
health.
you need to
And
do.
then for this, we're going to basically add the damage to the current health and compare the two values and return the difference. So health dot current health minus equals p damage, and then the var damaged out, let's say, is going to be equal to the old health.
Right, that's not far enough back, I
the
think.
knockback. We're going to let the hurt box manage that. So the delta is going to be,
let's go way
by
further
just
back.
subtracting the damaged out and the stats dot max health. So that's just to make sure that the
Okay. But yeah, like hair is a thing which, like, I don't know. I feel like the short hair would also be very convenient. You then just need to go to the hairdresser way more often, except if I just cut it short for myself. But then I don't know if I like that, and I like how it looks now, but it's so much effort, so yeah. I just wish to have the ease combined with how it looks, or how I like it to look.
current health is never set to a value more than the max health, regardless of how we do it, how we get that.
You think your hair is longer than mine? I mean, I won't put it out of the thing now, but where does it end? Does it end here? So it would be kind of like, wait, can you see? Well, that makes no sense because there are missing reference points, right? But if I put it in front of me, it's kind of like half my upper body. I don't know. We would need to compare IRL. Classic size comparison. But I don't know. It's long. I think I wouldn't bet on beating your length, but I'm not sure you'll definitely have longer hair. Yeah, it needs to be a length battle IRL at some point.
Value for the current health. It'll always be capped at the max health. Okay, let's hit play and see if we can clean up a couple other things. Shooting. So the hitbox was dealing damage to the hurt box, by just subtracting the damage dealt from the current health. But we're going to also have knockback. So we should have a signal on the hurt box that we can subscribe to. So when we get hit, we can basically mark the character for being in a hit state. So let's say hurtbox.hit, and we're going to say the amount of damage. So we're now going to be saying hurtbox hit damage, and then this will give the actual amount dealt as a return. So we don't need that. So we'll cut this weapon stats.damage, pass that in. The dealt is going to be put down here. And then we're not going to automatically subtract the current health. We're actually going to let the hurt box manage that. So in hurtbox.hit, we need to set that up. So
I'm happy with him putting it in a hurt
we'll add
box.
something for the knockback. Haven't decided on that yet. But for right now, I want to figure out how much damage I actually dealt. And this should be returning an int, not a boolean. So we're going to check the old health is var old equals health.current health. And then for this, we're going to...
Okay, so this would be here in was hit.
To basically add the damage to the current health and compare the two values and return the difference. So health.current health.
I will not return the difference, I think.
Damage, and then the var damage dealt, let's say, is going to be equal to the old health minus the health.current health, and we'll return the damage dealt so that our hitbox can know about it.
No, don't go back to... Okay. He takes the current health, which is the old health. But doesn't he just did a loop? Couldn't he, instead of the damage dealt thing, the way he set it up, he could just have put P damage there? I mean, it's a bit small for you, but this makes no sense.
Return the damage dealt.
Think
so that
at least that it makes no sense.
And when the
might be my sick brain.
Emit the hurt box, the dealt
that's
damage
not ready
as a signal, and that should handle that. So
as a signal.
The dealt damage.
Hitbox on area enter damage dealt, and then we send the hurt box and the damage dealt. Great.
As a signal. And that should handle that. So let's hit play and see if we've cleaned up the errors now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Another time where that character's dead. Now the death animations aren't playing because we basically disabled that script from the character sprite. So once again, we're not connecting to the character stats in order to play this on death. We're going to handle that in probably the next video or the next couple videos with our behave tree. So that's going to be it for this video.
Okay.
In the next part, we're going to continue working on our behave tree and get all of this condition.
Okay, at least we got the sub video done now, and in the next one we can hook it up again.
Logic. And
because I really dislike that I'm now in a state that is less than I had before. And the behave thing... I just need to know how to implement this. Maybe it's just extend script and then it explains everything, but I don't know yet. He just needs to tell me that, and then I kind of find a solution. But he doesn't, so we'll end up in this weird state where it won't work. But that's fine. Aachen. I think not. But I will check. You can't see this, right? No, you can't. Aachen. It's like 5.5 hours, it seems. Yeah, but maybe it's because of the day and time. Let me see. If I would go Monday in the middle of the day. What we would get. Yeah, it's about 5.5 hours. It's not too bad, I think. When we did the you see everything. I'm not sure if you want to do that, but your loss, I guess. Oh, crazy that it's so much further than where we met for the Christmas market. And then oh, that's similar. The week before last weekend and the weekend before last weekend, I think I was close to Aachen or something like that. Or at least more in the region where I visited a friend, which was a lot of fun. Okay, only thought of that because it's kind of the same distance to me, but there's still 3 hours between those places. Yeah, it's just so far west. That's why it takes so long to get there from me, I think. Yeah. Oh my god. Stop it. Google Maps is not behaving. Okay, here's also one that takes only 5 hours. Yeah. Near the Dutch border. Plan visiting Aachen, but I can always visit town closer. No, I mean, if you want to go to Aachen, I can just go there. It's like not that far from my perspective. I just need to have the time on that day, right? Because it's a bit of travel time. But I don't mind train drives, train rides. It's a nice way to like force you to have time to read something or do whatever, right? So yeah, just let me know when like when you plan on what exactly, what time frame, and then I'll see if I have time. But yeah, it's I actually don't know what there is in Aachen. I only know that some YouTubers live there or nearby. So I'll definitely also be interested in stuff that's there if it's nice, right? The cathedral. I mean, yeah, then let's go and see the cathedral. I haven't seen it so far, I think, so yeah. Can I plan the trip? Probably now, Solitude. Okay, nice. It's where the Holy Roman Emperors were coronated. Coronated. Okay. So made to be the ruler, I guess. And Aachen was also the capital of the HRE for a long time. Crowned. Oh, crowned. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that. To me, Aachen is more, I don't know why, but cliche of being a more, not boring, but like, not dull city. I don't know. I've never seen anything or heard anything of what is in Aachen, so I, by your description, clearly was wrong about that. So I have no idea how and why. History? What are you talking about history? Nobody knows about history. I mean, I know things about history, but more short-term stuff. And everything that's not short-term history, short-term German history, is kind of washed away because I think we had that in school, in younger years of school, and it kind of went from like ancient times to most recent times. So I just have little memories of stuff from that time at school, I think. Plus, this is also geography, right? So that just doesn't count as history. Geography just doesn't count. I'm bad with it, so it can't count. I think it's by far the worst of my school classes I had, I think. Maybe Spanish was worse. Like from the perspective of the grades and what I learned from it. Erdkunde is the name of geography classes in Germany, by the way. But yeah. I think I just need to have to accept me being in the wrong for not knowing the significance of Aachen. Well, that's fine. I will get more water and turn on the lights, and then I'll be back in a second. Okay. The lights are turned on again. Erdkunde, exactly. Thanks for the welcome back. I don't even know how you would translate Kunde to English. Just the word Kunde would be customer, but in that context it doesn't really make sense. Lore. Okay. So it would be translated to Earth Lore. That's a cool name for a class. It definitely didn't hold up to that. It could also be called Earth Information, Earth Taker, Earth News, Earth Guy. Okay. Anyway. Let's see what wait, let me check a message and then let's see what the video has to say. Okay. I might need to play games later. That's always like, it's too easy to not continue programming stuff, right? If someone asks to play the game you usually want to play, but I also want to continue this project. Too easy of an excuse. But for now, I want to continue. I want to get at least to half. So maybe here to the big block. At least. So we'll see how that goes.
Keep these conditions and actions as reusable as possible so that we can just pop them into a completely different character or objects behave tree as well. So by separating it into each of these individual scripts, hopefully we'll be able to achieve that. So I've been Chris. Thank you guys for watching to the end. If
yeah, okay. I don't want them to be that general. I think this is very specific and it's fine that it's specific.
Actually be set thanks to the object blackboard setter. So if I hit play...
Damn it, is there no lurk command? Wait a second. Where is L in the alphabet? Fuck. What? Oh, there's just no command with L. Okay. So let's add a custom command. I haven't had commands for edited commands for a while. I have no idea how to do it. Lurk, response, say, user level, everyone. And then let's see this. And then I don't think I have a fitting emote. The cringe emote would work. Dies of cringe. But that could be interpreted as critique for the lurk, which it shouldn't be. Hmm. 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 Maybe this one. So do I want that one or the pig one? I'm not sure this makes any sense, but my brain likes it right now, so we'll just see how that goes. It will just respond with an emote for no reason at all. But at least it responds with something. Okay. That being done, let's continue with the video. And with the water drinking, definitely needed.
And we shoot one of these enemies a few times.
Maybe I add my typing is so bad. Enjoy, lurk, sit. I think I like that. It should actually be the shy emote though, right? That would be perfect. No, not that one. This one. No. Yeah, that's what it's gonna be. I'll stick with that one. Okay.
They should get to the point where in our
let's see what the new stuff will be
on Ko-Fi and Patreon, and I will see you guys in my future video content. So in the last video, we got the isDead condition to actually be set thanks to the object blackboard setter. So if I hit play and we shoot one of these enemies a few times, they should get to the point where in our condition leaf, the isDead condition being pulled from the blackboard is set to true. So if we look up here in the blackboard, we can see isAlive is off, which means isDead, which is the value of not isAlive, is going to be true. And with a successful condition, that means we can continue on to the action, which is going to be to play the death animation. So you can probably tell that the monitor looks a little different here. So I did get a new monitor. And as a result, I know that this is really, really tiny right now. So
wait, the monitor looks... oh, the screen,
I'm
okay.
scale up the game view in our level to have the camera have a bigger zoom. So we'll try 5, and maybe I'll have to bump that up to 6.
I wonder if it's tiny for me too. No, right?
Actually, yeah, 5's pretty good. So that's the change.
Maybe he got a bigger monitor than I have. Maybe he got 4K. What I have 3.5 and he has 5. How would it look with 5? Yeah, that's definitely bigger. But I think this is fine for this.
I need to make just so that when you guys are seeing the video, that it's still big enough on your screen to see what's going on. All right, so in our invader, we have isDead being triggered. So now we need to create a play death script. Before that, I think I'm going to go into this and give the class name a condition at the end. So isDead doesn't really specify much because isDead could just be a Boolean, but we have a Boolean that's a condition that allows us to pass into the next script. So to be more specific, I'll rename that here. For the node, I'll call isDead condition, and I'll find isDead in the project by searching isDead, and I'll rename this to be isDead condition, just keeping the naming consistent between those three areas. And now we should clearly be able to identify that this is a condition node that allows us to pass on to
it has the question mark symbol before, so
node. And then we'll
I won't need that.
Script. Before that, I'll call this play death action. Since it's an action leaf.
You have the damn symbol.
And extend the script. We're extending from action leaf, and we want play death action.
We're extending from action leaf, and we want to have play death. Damn, I didn't check where it was created. Okay, it's not where it should be. It should be in the behave stuff. Also weird that these are named lowercase. Makes no sense at all, but we'll go with it. Okay, let's see how we add content here.
Actually can go in basically objects as well, because objects sometimes explode. So we'll put the play death action script inside of objects, create, and I'll give the class name play death action. Once our isDead condition is met, we want to go on to play death action and run the.
Yeah, I think I will stop to name every class. I don't know what the benefit of that is actually.
Function until the action is successful. So it won't initially be successful in a single frame. So there's also a continue that you can return from play death. But let's go ahead and grab the tick function. So if I check behave node, which is one of the roots from a action leaf, you can see that in the enums here, you can return running when it hasn't failed or succeeded yet, which is usually going to be what you actually do during an action. And once it either fails or succeeds, then you run that instead so that the behave tree can move on to other sequences in your AI logic. So we want to implement.
Okay. I wanted to grab this. Damn it. And do this, and then I'm possibly ready. What's your problem with that? Not all code paths return a value. Oh, okay. Return running.
The tick function, and then we want to return one of these three messages depending on where our action is at. So let's copy that into the play death action. Okay, also on the behave node, there is this function we can implement, which is before run. So before we start basically fully activating.
But where does he have that? How did he get into the behave node? Action leave. Leave. Behave node.
The behave node, which in this case is the action leaf, we can have it execute some one-time code. So I think that would be handy to actually implement. And this will be, I guess, where we play the emit a signal from these actions and then respond to that in the object sprite. Or we can reference the animated sprite inside of here and then to play it there directly. I think for this character, I'll try going with a second, at least initially, and we'll see how that goes. So I'm gonna do an export var, and then let's say a sprite, and this will be a animated sprite 2D. And then before we run, we want to...
Okay, so this would be where my design fails, because I find it unacceptable to have the sprite be handed inside these, because I want the invader or the enemy class to be in full control. And from here, I don't have control. Oh, I mean, I probably could do... I could make this unique, then access it here. The Blackboard way we won't use anyway for now. No. Like this. So let's remove that. And let's grab is dead. No. Play death. Play death. Play death. Oh, please don't tell me it's not working because... Oh, maybe here I need the class name now. Okay, works. But was it even this or was it something else? Okay, it was that. I see. So that's fixed. Why do we have collisions shaped 2 times? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now play death exists. And now I could inject stuff into play death. And that would be the way I would set this up. And in the same way, I could inject stuff in here. Wait, no. No, play death has the actor. What is he doing? What am I doing? Why am I believing his lies? Can't I just do like the same thing I did here? And then I just do enemy dot animated sprite 2D. And I can play death if I want to. Yeah. So let's delete this. I like this. This is the way I want it to be, I think. And it's not nice that you can use it wrong, falsely with this, but still good, I think. Okay, so here now I could do stuff. What I'm thinking right now is if I want to have this here actually, or put that into the enemy class as a method that I call. because I think I like that more than spreading it around. Enemy is dead. And then here just add those methods. I don't know how I want to structure the order of methods in here so far, so we'll just add stuff at the end. Is that returns bool, and it's just returning this thing. It's just returning this thing. So this should still work. And then we'll do the same for the play death. And we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna do die. And then instead of this thing, which is directly linked by the health changed function, right? We'll now have these independent things that interact and do what they should. So this will just make it die. And then we success. I guess we could do more stuff though, because we wouldn't need to do the deferred thing. We could just play the death animation, set it to waiting, and then on the next tick or something we do something different. I don't know. Let's see if this works and then see what he comes up with. It does. Nice. And now check. Oh, we also don't need to have this to be unique anymore. And I think this is... Damn it. Oh my god, please. Go somewhere where I can nicely see it all. Okay, the first one is irrelevant, so this should work now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That worked.
I want to play the death animation. So sprite.play, and we need the name of the animation. So I also need to export var animation names. And I think we called it just animation names as well. So do animation names dot death. So if you remember from before, that was just in the data folder. We had a resource.
The thing is though, this would be, if I would want to keep the structure here, which I think I don't, I think I rather want to have a state machine thing, probably. Maybe not, I don't know. It would be nicer to, like, it would be a good place to encapsulate and detach stuff, right? So rather than having it with a method I just call, it wouldn't hurt to have it implemented here and here only. But that would enforce me to put everything in the behavior tree. Nothing else should then handle or act on the death state, right? So as long as that is true, and nobody else will need that, because everything on this state will be played afterwards anyway. In that case, it would be better, I think, to have the check here directly rather than having it in a separate method. And with how I set it up, this should actually be should die. And then we go into death state by saying is death is true or a success. And then we go to play death, and then we play die, and then also we could have the code directly here, directly on the enemy. And then this class would get smaller, which might be nice in some cases. But here I think it's not nicer. Yeah, but I think that would be my attempt for this. And then I think I should still be able to call enemy Q3. I'm not sure if that's a private thing you're not allowed to call. No, I can. Okay, yeah, so I could just say like die would be just that part, and then this would be something else. Do we have like a timeout thing? I mean, what I could create is a waiting node, right? That I could place anywhere. That would just loop for a limited time before returning. So this could return. Yeah, I don't know how the tick structure works. But for now, this is fine and working, and then I'll listen to what he says for a bit now, I think. It's no longer working because I added this, and now it's dying directly, which it should just be removed later on. So now it will work. Yeah. Okay.
So it's called animation names, which holds all the consistent animation names for objects across our project that are going to be playing animations with the same name, so that they all use the same name for their animations, as kind of enforced here. So when we go to the play death action, we're going to play the death animation on the animated sprite 2D. So if I click on play death, I can assign the sprite, character sprite 2D, and then animation.
Wait, he placed that before?
The project, and that's set up. So that handles.
Why?
And then we're going to wait for the animation to be finished. So sprite.animation finished, we can.
Ooh, he has new information.
And that's set up. So
bubbles.
That handles that. And then we're going to wait for the animation to be finished. So sprite.
Once you return success or failure from a leaf tick, the behavior tree will select the next leaf. Later we will actually want to keep it running until the actor... can you not have the... Until the actor is removed from the scene entirely instead. Yeah, that's what I want to do later. I already have that. How do I do it? Tell me now.
Animation finished, we can connect to that. And on animation finished. So let's see, down here, we'll need that function on animation finished. Okay, and let's pass that for a second. I'm going to click on the character sprite and check the nodes. So the animation finished.
So I could probably have this timer and set running before and set it to no longer running after. And then not await it, but then how? It would be so much effort just to have a delay.
Signal doesn't have any parameters. So all we need to do here is set what kind of return we're going from the tick. So let's see, var, I don't know, I could call it like tick result, and this will start at running. Also want to make sure that when before we run, we set this to running. We're always going to return the tick result. And then on animation finished, we're going to set the tick result to success. So what this code should basically do,
that's what I was thinking.
Play the death animation. It's
but for a timer, not for the animation.
Until the animation is finished. And when the on death animation is finished, it's going to return success from the tick result. So now we should be able to go to the debugger and see the behave tree a little better. So we have the death sequence. So is dead is failing because the characters are very much alive. So let's shoot them a bit and we'll see that is dead. It was triggered success. So if we continue that and we look at the behave tree, then we can see for this character that the play death animation was running, and it did play the play death animation. The reason that it didn't actually go to success is probably because it's a single frame animation, so already finished. But if I shoot this guy over here, well, death animation triggered, and again, but all of them are going to be saying running for where we're at in the state. So as things are right now, it's just going to be kind of stuck there, and we want it to finish. So if we go to the play death animation, we're going to want to make sprite.play the last line here, I think. And as you can see, it's still stuck at running.
Why would we want to make it the last line? I'm just thinking how I would fix it, right? But I don't see the error.
So let's see if this on animation finished is ever even being set, really. It's not. Okay, and the reason for that is that our animation is set to loop. So if we turn off the animation looping for our death animation on the invader character sprite, then we should be able to go back in. Well, okay, they're playing the wrong animation now. So we want to make sure that this walk animation is still the default. So I think we need that button right there, autoplay on load. Hit play. Okay, and now our characters are walking. If we shoot them, then we do get the on animation finished tick result. Okay,
I wonder how I want to...
And if we check the behave tree on the first invader,
add that to my stuff.
There. So let's see. Signal on
if
animation
at all
finished is already connected. Right. So we do need to make sure we disconnect the signal here. So I will go ahead and do that so we don't get any errors. Let's hit play one more.
Wait, why does he need to disconnect? Oh, because he's reconnecting. No, you should just check if you're already connected. But why is it running several times?
So I will go ahead and do that so we don't get any errors. Let's hit play one more time. Shoot the guy a few times. And let's check the debugger. So we can see that it's still trying to go into is death condition success. And it seems like we don't actually want to return success, because once we do that, it's going to come back into the start of the condition and keep checking that on every frame. So although we can use this, connect for animation finished, we just always want to return running. So we actually can keep it a lot simpler. We just need to play the animation once, get rid of this bit, and that right there. And all we need to do is play the death animation.
But then it will also always check if it's still running.
So if we watch the debugger on that, then now it's only going to come in here once, or it should only come in here once. And to prove that, I'll put a breakpoint here for the before run, so you can see it's not calling the before
okay,
run
it will only go once in before. That's true. And not in the tick.
Okay, our sprite's going to play the animation.
Oh,
but
interesting.
It only happens once, and then from that point forward, it's just running tick.
Wait, am I running tick? No, I make sure that when I died... Oh. I wonder if I will enter this several times. So we are here for the first time. Second. Okay. So we stay here, I guess, as long as until the player is dead. Interesting. Wait, but that can't be the right thing to do. I don't know if he knows how behavior trees work, because he's not presenting it to me that I would understand how it should work now. A node in the behavior tree. Every node must return success, failure, or running. I mean, running is blocking, right? But it's a sequence. So when this fails, it will go into the next thing. So failure should be also the wrong thing to do. We're just gonna check what happens in that case. Okay. Did I have the wrong invader? Okay, it did go to false and then to the next, I think. Oh, I didn't launch from here. Come on. Come on. Okay. I just want to confirm that it works the way I expect it to work. So it should go into the hit state afterwards, which means it should go in the play walk. So let's check that that happens. Yeah, it was kind of both after another. I think it is as I'm expecting it. So with running, we should not loop, which is what we want till we kill that thing. No, running is also executed infinitely. I think these are all the times I enter it, right? That's when I enter it. And I don't want to re-enter when I'm already running. So this way it would just be run once. But then why shouldn't I? Oh yeah, because I don't want to run several times. Okay, only once. And never again, and then it's gone. Is it the second one? Okay.
So if we needed to exit the tree here, we might actually need to check the blackboard to see if is alive was set to false so that it can fail out of this state and then continue on to the hit sequence. Well, we don't need that specific functionality for this game, so I'm not going to do that condition to check and return failure here because we're going to say that once a character has died, that they do not come back in this game. So I would just leave it indefinitely at play death action running. What I might do instead, though, is bring back this sprite.animationFinished.connect, and then this is going to be the onAnimationFinished. And what we'll do on animation finished is actually remove the actor node. So function onAnimationFinished. Okay, so in animation finished, we want to
We can do that, I think. Which means that we will take the death animation, but make it really long, so this will be our timer. And we will not loop it, so this will be but no, but this is by frame. Shouldn't that be independent of the frames? If my PC runs faster, will this animation be faster? Frame duration once. So if I put this to 60, that would be 1 second and would be equal to this, I think. So if I now take out that, let's not take it out, but rather now we do the copy because it won't work otherwise. And then we just stick with that. Duplicate this. Current health smaller equal 0. And then play death. We actually do the stuff directly and not do the dying. So something fell off. Enemy dot enemy dot, and then this is also enemy dot, and we'll remove that. Here we don't, oh my god, don't need that. Call because the animation is set to be longer. And then we do those two things, but we also connect what is that animation finished dot connect, and we do three after dying. I have no idea how you would write that. 3 after dying. Void. Oh my god, void. Oh. I'm missing the thing. Wasn't there the option to 3 after dying? Oh my god. Callable flags. I thought about mounting. No, how's that called? I don't know how it's called. I thought about giving in the parameter, right? So I would want to do enemy, and then here put in enemy. But I'm not sure if that works like that. And then we would have the enemy to free it, and the animation would run for that time. So I would connect that, then play it, disable that. And I don't even think I need to do this deferred with a collision anymore. But we can check that in a second. And now this should work. And now it's no longer in here, but in this and in that. I'm fine with having it like this rather than this artificial timer, but only if it actually works the way I expect it with the time of the length of this thing. Invalid type and function connect in base signal cannot convert two arguments from to int. Yeah, okay, I see that. Damn, what's the name of that thing? Godot signal connect with parameter. Signal name self method. Callable self method. What? Binding. That's what I want. Binding. Method name bind. Okay, so I need binding. Godot signal connect binding. So I do that dot bind dot enemy, and now this works. Ooh. So that works. That's cool. It doesn't work. Why does it not work? Oh, I have an idea. Because even though I increased the frame rate to 60 frames, it's still just one frame, so it won't work. Frame duration. So I would need to make the frame duration. The frame duration should be high, right? So this would be 50. But 50 what? 60. Okay, I mean it works. Not sure if I like it this way though. I want to see 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if that's a good way to do it, honestly. That should not be like defined here, I feel like. I don't know. Let's do 30. Let's do 5. What the hell? Let's do 2. Is it maybe just never working now? Yeah, I think it's just never removed. Could that be? Oh, we don't need 2 games. Yep. Nope. I mean, as long as we call it, but I don't get why 1 to 2 is so much longer. Because this is now instant, right? It's not. What is happening? What was the value before? Oh no, now I get it. It's 1 frame per second now. So a duration of 1 for this particular one. It's only for that one, right? Oh. So we now have 1 second with 1 FPS. So if I would do 0.5 here, it would now be half a second. And I think we see it die there. Let's remove them all. Remove this. Go there, go here, go there. Make 0.2 out of this. And look at it again. Yeah, okay. Understood. I mean, 1 is fine, right? It can just take 1 second and then we just won't see it dying. That's good. As long as it is actually dying. Okay. So that's working now. And I think that's decent. Yeah, I think usually you would want to do it like that. Okay. So does this also work? If we duplicate this and set disabled equal true. Oh, and by the way, if I saw it correctly, I could do not like this. I could do oh my god. What is wrong with my typing? I could do it like this. Get string name string like this. Get string returns the substring of the match from the source string. Didn't he do something like that at some point? But I don't want to jump there. But I think that's nicer to not be able to miswrite things. Anyway, let's see if this works. Yeah, because we leave the scope, right? We now, before we were awaiting with what I had before, and when we were awaiting, it blocks. So this could not be applied after playing was called. So now it works because we'll wait for that to happen. Okay, I think that's an improvement I like.
Actually free the actor node. So let's get a reference to the actor as a node. When we before run, we'll get that initial reference. So we can say actor equals, well, it's the actor. But I'm gonna actually rename that to be p actor. Okay, specify that that's from the parameter there and there. And
oh, it's definitely annoying that his monitor is smaller now, because I have a really tough time reading, where before it was kind of fine. So he should have scaled his code, not just his game.
We're going to just call actor.queueFree. Whenever our death animation finishes,
It's so
we're going
tiny.
to free the actor from the scene, basically. And then that means that this whole behavior tree is going to cease running because it's part of the actor
Ooh,
scene,
that's how
which
he
the
is doing
invader.
it. He's storing the actor. No, I don't like to store that on... No, or do I? I don't know. I mean, it's fine. I think none of these methods are better or worse.
Root. So if we hit play now and we shoot a few times, what you can see after it finishes the animation, we just remove the actor from the scene altogether. And if we check the debugger, the behave, you can see it no longer exists in the scene. Okay, that's probably what we really want for our play death animation. So at this point, we can use the behave tree in order to make our characters run their death animation, like so, and then remove themselves from the scene. But we need to work on all the other possibilities of our character states. So the next is that we get hit, but our character hasn't died yet. So we'll need to have a property for isHit and set that onto the blackboard. And then we'll need a play hit action, which will be really similar in playing the animation on the character sprite 2D. So let's take the isHit condition leaf. I'll call it isHit condition. And then let's right click it and extend it. So this inherits from condition leaf, and we will put this in, I'm thinking this will still go in objects. There's the situation where you might play a hit animation, even for something like a barrel to indicate that it got hit. So I think it's okay to put it that far up the hierarchy. Let's create, and then we're going to make it really similar over here to the isDead condition. So I'm going to basically copy and paste all of this over here. Now you could reuse the same script, and then as export files you put in the names of the keys.
That's what I
we can only change
mentioned
the
earlier.
property that we're using for the get value if we have it hard coded in here. So I guess that would be one of the downsides of pulling the strings out of this resource rather than putting them in an export var directly up above. So for this method, we're going to have a key for isHit, and let's go to Blackboard keys and add that in. So
yeah, I will not add it to a blackboard. I will add it to the enemy. And that means that I just need to check enemy is hit. But this is okay. No, I will listen to what he says and then choose what I do. I hate this because I'm not creating states and basically a separate state machine in some other place to just run the behavior tree on the state machine, and then I could just use a state machine. Why do I have 2 times the same thing? I can't believe that that's how that should work. I would expect that this tick should always calculate the state if possible. I don't know.
Export var.
Because his blackboard is just a state machine. Or maybe it's not because it's having all the parameters.
Align them. I'll tab them over with the tab key.
So he's just collecting all the parameters rather than...
So if we go back to our is hit condition script, we should be able to pull
rather than
hit here.
ordering them
so
and
we'll just say var is hit. So this is going to be
deciding what to do with them.
Not here because the name of the property here is the same here, so no need to invert it. So if we are hit, then we're going to return success. Otherwise, we're going to return failure. So if we return success, that means that our tree moves on to the play hit animation. Otherwise, it will move on to the wander sequence. So for our play hit, let's extend that after renaming it. So I'll call it play hit action. So I'll right click this and extend a script.
No, I want to know how you put the
objects folder as well. So play hit action extending action leaf. And since this is going to play an animation on hit, we can pull some of the lines of code from the play death action. So I want this bit about getting the sprite and animation names.
What I want to know is how he sets the is hit value in the blackboard, which I think he has not so far. So that is what I'm interested in, and not really in not really in what he's currently doing. And I'm now copying.
And I'll paste that over there to play hit action. Let's also give it the class name, play hit action. Save that. We'll assign the sprite in the inspector to character sprite 2D, and we'll quick load the animation.
This could also, if it's the same thing, it could also just be generic, but whatever. And then also the weird part is that this will block, right? Var state equals running. Equals false. Fail here. Fail here. What type are you? Enum. Great. And then here we say as the first thing, state equals running, return state, and then here when we set the freeing we say state equals true, success, and then we continue to the next thing. But we will not play death, but we will play rush hit, which we don't have yet. Yeah. But this is so generic now. Yeah, I don't know.
And let's open up animation names and add in an export.
Okay. I think I'm fine to have that here too. Even though it could just be a enemy only hit state, but I think this is fine to have the key here. So now we have the key here too. And all should be good. And that means we need a hit animation. Hit. Damn it. It was something to move around here that was differently, right? But I don't know how. I can't just press the middle mouse to move. Okay, what will be our death animation? Our hit animation? Maybe something weird like this. Three frames now. Yes. I think it's stupid, but I like it. And maybe we remove the last one actually, so that it will be quicker. Okay, and this also doesn't loop. And the only thing missing now will be how to and this is what I don't like, because now we somehow we enter the hit state, right? Some check we're gonna do, something decides that, and then we tick this and we decide, okay, we're hit, and now we go into the play hit, and then play hit, by how the behavior tree works, should decide, okay, now we're done, and then we continue. So in this moment, right, we would need to do is hit equals false, and that's weird to me, that this now decides a property that was set here. I know, that just doesn't feel right. So this would also do is hit true now here, and then we'll just get some property. False. So we're not hit. In this moment was hit. We say, okay, we were hit. The other stuff still, here. The other stuff is still true, right? We are hit, we print the stuff, we do the health stuff, and then actually this, if we do it like that, should also be on the other thing, and this should just set the state, just hint, right? And then in play hit. Well, that's so weird. If it's just playing the animation, I'm fine with this. Maybe, I don't know. But it's this weird mix. So is it like this then? Wait, that's not even true, because we don't have the projectile, it's only here. Yeah, so I dislike that. It's such an awkward mix of doing some stuff like this in here, or like with the death thing. We now free the enemy. You know, it's not just playing animations, we delete the entire object. We set the state differently. But at the same time, it's not generic enough to do interesting stuff like this. which needs information from the hit, from that moment, that I would somehow need to transfer over to this thing rather than just handling it here directly. Because I could just play the animation here. No problem. Just play it here. Just have a separate method like this down here and handle stuff. Yeah, I don't know. This is all over the place. I hate this. I hate this so much. This is something I would need to check how it should be done and then rework it so that I like it the same way I reworked the rest of the program we had so far. But anyway, let's check if this works now. So we set this back to false. We set it to true in this case. It starts with being false. So this could work now. We want to see it in this debugger behave. Why is there nothing in there? Oh, come on. What is broken now? Is hit line 7. Oh. Is hit. Hit. I also don't like the name. Maybe state is wrong, but it would be mode or something, or something like that, but it should be like that. Is processing hit. Maybe something like that. But this is so weird. Because what if I get hit 2 times now, right? I think this is all not how it's supposed to be. If I get hit 2 times, this should interrupt maybe and play the animation a second time, whatever. But it should not rely on this. On this to be called from the animation player to be able to be hit again. Okay. Yeah. It's so slow. Oh, and it's not going back to that state, right? Yeah. So let's fix that real quick so we see how that would look. So now we implement walk. Wait, we do the same thing again, right? That can't be right. That can't be right. No, it's just not correct. So now we play, and also they are all connected. So I really need the disconnector. Because when this is run once, it will forever be connected to this. We can check that by checking how often we end up being there. Let's play idle. And then you don't even need the enemy in there. This is so stupid. Running. But aren't we switching to success? Oh. 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 No. So nothing here is now allowed to be looping, right? Else it won't work. Okay. So we now put this in. And it's delay from hell. Oh my god. But would I just play it over and over and return success then? Oh damn it. I mean, maybe it works because playing can be repeated. And so it is called every time, but because it's playing the same thing all the time, it's fine. The thing is now, what if I hit it with 2 really quickly? It will only respond to 1 hit, right? The second will be ignored. Yeah. Which isn't what I would want. I want every hit to have the impact, I think. I don't know. At least it's working. That would also mean that we don't start playing idle here, but idle is played by the behavior tree. It's so glitchy.
Hit animation, string name equals hit, and I'll use tabs to align them. Okay, so now back in play hit.
I don't, because I don't like your alignment.
Play death action, we're going to need a before run, which is going to play an animation. And we're going to want to connect to the animation finished signal. When the animation is finished, instead of queuing free the actor, we're going to set the current status to...
Oh yeah, I wanted to check if I run into the hit, even though it's the death, right? Yeah. So we go in here once, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. That's so stupid. So that means that the first thing I need to do is disconnect itself. I can't believe that's actually a pattern one would want, or how it's supposed to be. Okay, so now at least we don't get it by any other animation. Yeah, we only come here once if we do it like that. If I need to do it like that, I will also do it everywhere where I use it. Even though here it's not really necessary, just to make sure that if I copy paste from this, it will be correct. And then here we don't need it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not happy with how this works.
Success, so that it can.
I think I want another tutorial for Behave to decide if I like it or not.
So we could probably copy most of this over to the play hit. I'll paste that in there. We don't need a reference to the actor node because we're not doing anything with that. So I'll remove that part. But let's set up a local variable and we'll say is playing. We'll default this to false. On animation finished, we'll say is playing is equal to false. And
now this is so small that I can't read it. Oh my god, this tutorial is driving me mad.
After we play the animation, we'll say is playing is equal to true. Also, after the animation is finished, we can disconnect from the signal as well. So I'll copy paste that and we'll change this to disconnect. So we disconnect from.
Okay, he does the is playing in here and not in the enemy. Wait, why?
From animation finished. And lastly, we'll check here if is playing.
Oh, because he, okay.
Otherwise,
it's the same that my state is.
Fine. Success. So otherwise, return success. And if I have that right, that's pretty much all we're going to need, aside from setting up the animation. So we need an animation called hit. We can see that in animation names. We need this hit animation. So let's click on the character sprite 2D, and we're going to need a hit animation in here. So I will add a new animation. I will rename it to hit, set the FPS to 10. It should not loop because we want it to end. And I'll just try to copy one of these frames over to the hit animation. So I'll take this 3 over here, which is the 4th frame, and I'll paste it into here. If I remember correctly, that's not really a proper hit animation for this character. So we'll just leave it to that for right now so that we can see it. And let's hit play and see how much is working, if at all. So we can see is hit condition.
Well, he's not
component
setting is hit so
The value
far.
hasn't been set in the blackboard, and we want to default this to false also. So we can see that the keys for this condition leaf have not been set. Also, we want to make sure this defaults to false, because by default it should not be hit. And we can give it the class name is hit condition and stop that. So let's click on the is hit condition and assign to this node the blackboard keys. The nodes are already assigned on the play hit action, so we're good there. Okay, and now we can hit play again. Let's go to debugger, behave, click on the first one, and we can see that if we look down here, our death sequence is failing because the character is not dead, and the hit sequence is failing because the character is not hit. So we're actually moving on to the wander sequence, which currently isn't doing anything, but that is where it should be right now. It should be trying to run the wander action. So for our character to get hit, we would use the hurt box for that. So in the hurt box 2D, we have this hit function.
Now it's the
which
interesting
deals damage
part.
to the character's health. But what we should do here is also emit a signal so that our object blackboard setter can get that signal and use it to set in the blackboard that the character was hit. So we could create a signal up here was hit, and let's say the damage value. So after getting this damage dealt, let's emit that in the signal. So I'll change this actually up here to damage
scattered,
because that might differ from the amount of damage passed in after calculations and stuff for damage. So we'll do was hit dot emit, and we'll do damage dealt. And now we just need in the object blackboard setter a reference to that hurt box. So let's open that up, and we can do export var hurt box. So just like with the health component, we'll disconnect and connect to the signal as needed. So if is instance valid, hurt box,
not linking more stuff all over the places where you have no idea in the end what is linked to what.
Disconnect on
Not gonna do that.
was hit. Hurt box equals value to set it, and then connecting to the new hurt box. If is instance valid, the new hurt box, then hurt box dot was hit dot connect score on was hit. Okay, so let's create that down here at the bottom. Function underscore on was hit, which is going to have a p damage dealt integer. We don't need to do anything with that in this function, so I'm going to underscore it to indicate that it's not used. And we'll do blackboard dot set value keys dot is hit, and we'll set that to true. So the hurt box is hurt box 2D, so be sure to update that.
Okay, so he does the same thing we did, just with the blackboard, where we did it without the blackboard.
True, which should trigger the play hit animation in our.
But he needs to set it to false at some point, else he will continue to stay in the hit thing.
And let's shoot this guy over there. Okay, and you can see that this time the play hit action was running after is hit is checked. Now it's kind of glitching here for some reason. So let's hit play, open the debugger, look at the invader behave tree, and let's get it to be clean here. So when we shoot one of the invaders, like so, we'll see that the play hit action is running. And once it's done, it's going to loop through here. Is hit condition is set to true still because we didn't set the false. So it's actually trying to come here, this succeeds, and then it loops again, and that's almost what we want. But when we return success here, we want to also set the value on the blackboard.
Oh my god, I hate that. Why does he do the is playing and then checks on both cases and then sets the blackboard when he has the on animation finished where he is setting is playing? And he could just do it there.
We need the blackboard names, blackboard keys.
I mean, sure, let's put the blackboard in the hit play action too.
Blackboard keys.
But I still love the tutorial for having a very structural approach, so I can compare what I want against it. That's really nice.
I'll shrink my window a bit so that it's actually not in the way. Okay, let's hit play again. Debugger.
Okay, so this is exactly what we came up with.
And let's click on the first one. So currently it's in wander action. I shoot it, and then it goes to this part of the code, setting the value, but we haven't assigned the blackboard. That's the problem. So we need to assign the blackboard keys here. Assign that. Let's redo that one more time. So debugger, behave, click here, spread it evenly so we can see cleanly, and then shoot. and then you'll see that the play hit action was playing, and then is hit goes back to being false, so I can shoot there. They're not supposed to actually die completely, so that's a little odd. I think it's probably because the wander sequence doesn't play a new animation there. So in our wander action, we'll need to set a new
So far
animation.
we have exactly done what he's doing now. That's good.
Need a wander sequence.
I mean, it's not...
Just move this out.
We also did the wander sequence removing. It's not good that he's doing exactly the same thing because I'm not happy with what has been done. So I would have loved to see something else that I like more, but still, good sign that I came up with the same solutions, like at least that.
So rather than playing a wander sequence, it'll just be the end result. If it's not doing anything else, it just comes down here. So if we look at our, well, let's hit play and look at our behave trees. Okay, then it should look much the same, except there's no sequence here, but it will still move on to wander action. If the hit sequence is success and the death sequence is success, then it'll move on to wander action. I'll right click wander action and extend a script. This will extend action leaf. So wander action create, class name wander action. Oh, and this should actually go in the characters folder. So we'll put it in characters. So I'll just move it up one level. So this will randomly move the character left and right after a timer is set and occurs. So we could say at export var.
Okay, this is again more than I have already, right?
So let's make...
The fact that I don't really like how he set it up though, and how this is setting some processing thing in there and then back out there and all of that, makes me not want to continue for today, but I'm not sure. I think I'll do a quick break and then I might be happy with it. Because what I would like it to be private, I think. And then private like this, and I would be fine to have a method it processed. I think structurally this is better, but I guess the program is not enforcing things to be done. So I think this is how it should be. For the case for me where it's in the blackboard, not in the blackboard. The thing is that this is again a state that is never used here. So it's kind of weird to set it like this. Maybe one thing that could be done would be to just grab the component here and then I just set it directly on there. Maybe that would be more what I would want to do if it's actually a state that is irrelevant for this class. So in here I would take that thing, set it on there, and then I don't even need to unset it here because it's not relevant for this part. Let's see. So that would mean that the play hit would need to be unique. It would be known by the invader, and the invader would set a property of a play hit to have a certain value, rather than the play hit knowing that it's running on an enemy, and then on the enemy it expects that property and therefore is bound to it, the same way that the play death and is dead expects the property. I dislike that. So with more setup steps, I would be happier with the invader taking the is dead and giving it the information it needs. Taking the is hit, giving the information it needs, the death, everything, just injects everything. I like this more than the other way around. And I think I'm only fine with the other way around if I interpret this as just extracting these methods and classes, methods and conditions from the invaders. So if I view the invader behave tree just as if I would put it all here and the tree is just here in my mind, then I'm fine. And then it's actually just living in the enemy space, and that's fine with me. And I think in that case, it's also fine to directly set this private thing, because I just extracted it from here. And so it's just handling it all in there, and that would be fine. Wait, what was the name? So even though this is outside, yeah, that this is not an error is also weird because it could be checked. Oh my god, I hate so many things of small details. Okay. Yeah, so I would just view everything in the behavior tree to just be a method in the invader or in the enemy, and then I'm fine with how I use it, I think. That's also why this is okay. But it is not really reusable for anything but an enemy, but that's fine. I could just make this a character, right? Because it's in the character, and then any character could have this component, so that's fine. Just should name it is enemy dead, and then I know that it's only for those. Okay. I'll do a short break, and then I'll see if I want to continue with the wandering thing, going left and right, because that seems interesting. But it also is quite a bit. I wanted to get till that point, so yeah, let me go real quick and then I decide. Okay. We're gonna do that part, I think, and then I'll stop.
Click on One Direction, add a child node. We'll look for a timer, and this timer can be called the Wander Delay Timer. So I'll wait, let's say 0.5 seconds. I'm checking on how to have the timer to not be in the UI. The problem now is, okay, this seems to have a ready function. Nice. Oh my god. Can I not press the wrong buttons all the time? Or rather keys? So this should work, right? But then I think I don't do that. I do this. And I add it to myself. And that's all fine. Then timer dot connect. I would hope that this would run trigger timer triggered on timer triggered. And this is not working. Signal name. Oh. So I would need but it's lost an almond. No. So, that needs a name?
but he will probably connect to it in code, so I can steal from him.
To decide whether or not we are going to wander to the left or wander to the right. So every 0.5 seconds that wander action is running, we're going to wander to the left or wander to the right. So sometimes that might randomly go in the same direction, and sometimes it may switch to the other direction. So let's open up wander action. I'll just copy some stuff over from playhead action. So we'll want the before run to start the timer and the tick to continue the timer. So
I mean, okay. Here I would like to get informed why we want that. Timer dot start.
before run, we're going to start the timer. Timer dot start. But first, let's connect to the timer timeout. Timer dot timeout, and we'll connect.
I mean, if we do that, we should also do after run, right? Maybe we could have used after run here instead of disconnecting here. I'm not sure if that's safe. But now we just have a mini state machine in here again. I don't get it. I don't know. Why not just have state machines all the way if we like this should now not be implemented here, but below the walking there should be a sequence with checks again which state we would be in, or there should be a timer behave tree node, something like that. But not this. Can I not see time? Selector reactivate composite. What? No description. Great. Time limiter decorator. Yeah, I need to see a proper behave tutorial video to know if I will like it or not. This is not helping. Okay, so I'm just gonna add another variable, and it's gonna be state, and it's gonna be why is it? Oh, okay. It's gonna be idle walk left, walk right. I don't know if I can name, the you know, and specify the type, or if this, I don't know. Let's just try. States. Okay. Great. So now we have our state. So here, was there a switch statement? I don't know. If state equals idle, elif state equals, oh, you don't even do it like that. We will just default else. If state is walk left, if state is, oh damn, state dot walk right. Idle play run what? Oh, okay. And then we will switch through these animations, and whenever the timer runs, we will do random between 0 and 2. And we'll do that. I mean, I know, I just... Can I do something like state get? Great. Okay. And now we would randomize the idling, right? Every seconds. Damn it. Okay, we'll never leave that, so probably we'll never go in there. So probably something with the timer is wrong. Damn it. So maybe the ready function is never called. It is called, it is linked, it is added. It's called again and again and again and again. What? Maybe I don't want to do it like that, I don't know. I mean, I can add the timer in on the UI, but that's so ugly.
And we'll say on time.
I mean, if he's connecting there, I can connect there. I can set the time. I just wonder if the child adding is maybe not even needed. I would have expected that to be the case. Yeah, but you're not going in there. Because this also is now called way too often. That should be a one-time thing. Yeah, we're never going in here. Let's see what he does with the timer, and then I will know if the problem is my timer or something else.
We'll give it a shot to start, and then function on timer timeout. When that occurs, we're going to run the randomize wander, and then we're going to restart the timer. So timer.start, and then randomize wandering. Okay, so to randomize.
Wait, I need to restart the timer? Oh yeah. Yeah. Because the timer should just continue running, but I don't want to... This is not good. All that should be... that should be part of the structure. These different states, these different happenings, they should all be in the tree directly and not kind of here as a sub thing. Maybe the new timer thing also doesn't work, but I don't know.
Wandering function randomize wandering. So this will take the character node and set its direction value to left or right, which will automatically make the facing trigger. So let's do at export var.
The facing isn't even added yet.
Our character, which is going to be whatever this script is called, platformer character 2D. So I'll paste that in there, and we'll randomly get a left-right direction. So var random integer is equal to, let's see, random number generator dot new. So I need a random number generator to create the random integer. So I'm going to actually cut
Random number generator. Maybe that's a method I can't use directly, I don't know. You'll find out if we ever reach the timer.
Put it up here, and let's make this on ready var. So rng equals random number generator, or we could call this maybe random gen. I think that's a little more clear. And then down here in randomize wandering, we're going to do random gen dot random I. Okay, and then we can say if rand I percent. So this is going to be the remainder if you divide by 2. So this will either be a 1 or a 0. So if this is equal to 1,
I had math
we'll
before,
face
thanks.
left, and if it's not, then we'll face right. So character.direction is going to be equal to, let's see, vector2 dot left. Otherwise, character.direction is going to be equal to vector2 dot right. Oh, and we also need like a wander speed of.
Enemy dot move direction will be vector2 dot left right.
Some kind. So that could be based on character stats, and maybe that makes sense, so that we can have like a consistent variable. So while it's running, let's say that the actor and the character here are the same. We don't really need an export var for the character because the actor is getting passed in. So let's take the character line down below here. This will be of our character. So before we run, first we're going to say that character is equal to p actor as platformer character 2D. So
I mean, the
expect
benefit is that we won't check it every tick, right? So it's way more
actor is
efficient.
type platformer character
So I
2D.
would be fine
this
with
is an
that,
action
but
that's specific to platformer character
as long
2D.
as it's not
We should
slow,
also
I
call
won't optimize
randomize
anything.
wandering, right after the timer starts here before run. So we'll randomize the wandering then. And when we randomize the wandering, I guess we should also be probably setting the velocity of the character. So character.velocity is going to be equal to character.direction times, let's say stats.walk speed. Okay, so on the invader, on the platformer characters 2D, we have
that is already done. What he's doing there is already done in the enemy. It shouldn't be here.
Force. I'm wondering if those should actually be more like a character stat, because these are really stats.
I mean,
of the
yes,
they're specific to movement, but they're still stats. So we could pull those out to the character stats resource.
Yes, do it.
So in here,
but do it quick.
Export var stats, which is a type character stat.
Because I just want to see if the timer works. He should try the timer.
All of this here, we just cut and move into character stats, like so. Okay, and then we need to, of course, update our scripts here. So it's going to be stats.jump force down here for the jump, and stats.can ground jump for that. And the inspector, we need to quick load the invader stats. Okay, so we can see all of our properties are now there. Let's check the player too, because the player is now also going to rely on a character stats type. So we'll need to do a new one here, new character stats. We can save this if we want to objects, characters, player.
We don't.
And let's say player stats.
We don't.
And the player script.
We don't.
Speed. So now this movement speed values are being pulled out of stats resources. If we go to invader. Okay, now we can probably go to one direction, and we're setting the velocity times the stats.walk speed. Technically, that being the case, we don't really need to have in the one direction the stats set here because the character already has its stats. So we could do something like this, cut away the stats, and then we'll do character.stats.walk speed and save that in there. So this makes sure we're pulling from the same space, and the character is definitely going to be using its own walk speed stat for determining how fast it's going to move. And let's assign a longer delay timer and hit play and see what we got. So invalid property walk speed, I think, because that doesn't exist. So if we
what is so weird is that he's now having this blackboard, which would do the decoupling, but then he's using the actor, right? So he decoupled for nothing. Because he's now casting back to the platform character, right? So just
if we go to stats, it's called move speed here.
No reason
that we want to have walk and run.
for that.
So I think that's reasonable. Let's jump into stats. You can click on character.stats, look up symbol, and then let's change this to walk speed. And we can say export range, and then just all the same stuff, or greater, or run speed. Or we can default this to a float that has a value of 200. Okay, if we want to do it like that. Of course, since we changed the variable name, we need to go back to the scripts and see if that is problematic here. So in platformer character, it's not, but in player 2D, we probably do need to say walk speed here. And then in one direction, we're using the walk speed, which we can look up symbol. Now it sits right here. If we look at the invader, the walk speed is 120. You can adjust it if you need to. So if we hit play, we'll be able to see that our invaders are now wandering left and right every half second.
Okay, so the timer is working for him, but not for me. Let's try one more time to find a way to do that in code. Godot timer in code. Timers in Godot. I mean, maybe I can do it like that, but not for this thing, possibly. Because the action leaf is recreated or stuff like that. But I would expect this to be enough. Code when the object script is initialized. Initiated. Initiated. We never go into the timer. Hello? Okay. Still never go into the timer. Do we? Now we do. Okay. Randomize. So is one of you now walking? So is it 1, 2, 3? But I don't know why it's only happening after I hit the character. Oh, this expects a string. Why is it even allowing this conversion? Find key. Keys. Size. Values. Hmm. And he's gone. He's pushing against me. No. Why are they always going left though? Now one is going right. Okay. Okay. So it's kind of working. But it's walking too fast. Yeah, I don't want to be bothered with how that works with a timer. There's also this. Okay. Do I want to? Oh, I hate this so much. But I don't care for this tree anymore. For the B tree, behave stuff. So we're gonna try to do it like this, and then we're gonna add a timer, and we're gonna set it. Timer. Wait time 0.25. Can we clear this? And now we need to set the timer here, which sucks because nobody wants to do that because you could forget and then everything is broken. Assert timer unequal null. So let's actually make sure this works by unsetting it and trying to run. Okay. Yeah. Where did the get node come from? Okay, what about this again? Just get the timer that must be below. I think that's my more preferred way of doing it. Okay, and then if I delete this timer and try to run recrash. Okay, I can deal with that, even though I would like to not need to go into the UI to add a timer to something. The question is, will it work now? And I think it's not, actually. What is different from me to him? So it wasn't the timer. And we do connect.
It randomly decides if it's going to go to the left or go to the right, and they're really fast, so I probably do want to slow them down quite significantly. Look up symbol, so do something like this, cut away the stats.
He's returning running. That makes no sense. If he's returning running, then we can't hit. Why are they never going to idle? Oh, they are, but move direction would need to be vector 2. What is 1? Okay. Let's do, oh, there's 0.5. And we're not gonna do that, but we'll make this var ren const ren if ren is smaller than 2, state equals state idle. Elif ren is smaller than 3, state will be state walk left, and then this can go. Why can this not go? Assigned value from ren isn't a constant expression. Fine. Oh my god, I'm clicking on my mouse while typing. That sucks. Okay, so we now have a 50% chance to go into idle state and only 25% chance for walking on every attempt. Maybe we'll make it even higher. This would be though what we need. Maybe we do so we do 7, right? And then if we're below 4, we do this, below 5 this, below 8 this, below 7 this, below 6. I'm doing something wrong. No, this is correct. Why can't I? I'm pressing F5, but nothing is happening. I mean, we would need to check that it's not running down ledges. I cannot kill them anymore because of the running, or what? Huh? How? Because of this, I think. Which makes no sense to me that it's not possible. Oh, because it probably never enters the death state? No, but the health is deep. Oh, this tutorial. Okay, let's see if we go here. We do go here. And current health is minus 1,900. So they would die as soon as they leave this state they are in. Because, of course, we are not... We're checking the death thing here, right? So... That's not how it should be. Which means we can't have running here. We need something else. So we would need to have the animation playing in the same way we have with the rest, probably. But that's not okay. Because we can't be blocking while the animation is running. That is not right. We can't be blocking. We must continue. This can have nothing to do with the direction and the state.
And then we'll do
oh my god.
Stop walk speed and save that in there. So this makes sure we're pulling from the same space, and the character is definitely going
Oh yeah, let's at least do that and then see if he's able to fix it or realizes that everything was wrong again. So for Invader, we put the move speed to 20. Though I think move speed is not what we would want. We would want move distance, something like that. Maybe that they are not slow, but just not traveling too far. Come on, move. Oh, I changed this. Okay. No, don't run off. No. Yeah, I like this. They're kind of staying where they are by chance, but there's also the chance that they won't. Okay, I guess we just watch what he's doing now, and he must be fixing the running thing, and then probably he fixes the timer by that, and that means that I could have placed a new timer here, because he should have the same problem like we have.
Going to be using its own walk speed stat for determining how fast it's going to move here, and let's assign the wander delay timer and hit play and see what we got. So invalid property walk speed, I think, because that doesn't exist. So if we go to stats, it's called move speed here. We might want to rename that if we want to have walk and run. So I think that's reasonable. Let's jump into stats. You can right click on character.stats, look up symbol, and then let's change this to walk speed. And we can say export range 0, and then just all the same stuff, or greater, or run speed. Or we can default
it's a bit frustrating.
That's value 200, if you want to do it like that. Of course, since we changed the variable name, we need to go back to the scripts and see if that is problematic here. So in platformer character, it's not, but in player 2D, we probably do need to say walk speed here. And then in wander action, we're using the walk speed, which we can look up symbol, now exists right here. If we look at the invader, the walk speed is 120. You can adjust it if you need to. So if we hit play, we'll be able to see that our invaders are now wandering left and right. Every half second, it randomly decides if it's going to go to the left or go to the right. And they're really fast, so I probably do want to slow them down quite significantly. I might even just take the default walk speed and make that 60, and then maybe the run speed will be 120.0. Now, if I do that, I do want to make sure I update on the player that it has the custom values of 120, 200, but I think the idea is that I do not want most of the characters in the game to move as fast as they were before, so changing the default value here makes sense. Okay, so now that we have a slower value here, let's rerun the scene, and yeah, our invaders are a lot slower now. They're not unreasonably slow, but it could be touched down a bit. It depends on just how aggressive we want these guys to be. But I think that's pretty good for right now. So let's shoot them, and okay, we see that the hit state doesn't enter. If we shoot them until they're dead, they do die in the sense that they can't be hit anymore, but it's not going back in the logic of the tree. So if we look at the debugger, we'll see exactly what that is, and that's because no matter what happens here, the wander action is still running. So we need to stop the wander action, basically whenever the character gets hit. So for us to exit the wander action, we need to not return running, but to return success or failure. I have a few ideas for what we can do there. On timeout, what we can do is we just return success. So we'll have a variable is wandering, which will default to false. Of course, when we start the wandering, we'll say is wandering equals true. And when the timer times out, we won't restart the timer anymore, but we'll say is wandering equals true. So on tick, if is wandering, then we're going to return running.
Wait, he's restarting the timer every time. Does that do anything? Because we like never go in anyway, right? So his restarting of the timer is just worth nothing. Yeah, never doing that. No, I started from the wrong point. I need to start from here. Damn it. Still, not going there. Now I call it once. And it's not going in there? But before, at least we did. Now I was in there once. Weird. Okay, so that's not it. This is not it.
We won't restart the timer anymore, but we'll say is wandering equals true. So on tick, if is wandering, then we're going to return running. Otherwise, we're going to return success. Now this will be fine for basically having this wander action stop, and then it would look to future actions. But if we want to go back in time,
But this won't work, right? Because now if we hit it while it's running, it will delay. And it will not immediately do what it should.
Go the other direction of having an interrupt where our characters hit, so we either play the death sequence or play the hit condition, then we're going to need in our wander code to basically, when it gets hit by a hurt box, that we stop the wander action immediately.
Oh
so
my god. Why are we doing it in this way? Couldn't we just learn that when we need it? Why do I need to rethink how everything is not possible to do when it actually is not possible to do? And I'm just confused.
You can create a function interrupt.
Just tell me that you interrupt that shit on the hit.
Whenever we have a hit condition is set to true. If so, return failure because the wander was not able to complete. Otherwise, you can create the function interrupt, which basically is the same signature as here, except you call it interrupt. And then you can call it interrupt to interrupt the wander action. But I think to kind of keep it as simple as possible and not need external nodes other than the blackboard, I'll just check on tick if is hit or is dead happen to be true. So if is, well, let's say, yeah, let's create some variables up here. Is dead is equal to, and I'll say p underscore blackboard up here. So the parameter blackboard.get value. That's going to mean we're going to need blackboard variable name. So export.
But this is not a condition state. You shouldn't do it here.
Blackboard keys of type blackboard keys. So this can just be keys. It doesn't need to be called blackboard keys. And we'll say keys dot is alive. And we'll say actually let's change the variable name is alive. So we'll get the value there. And we'll say is hit equals p blackboard dot get value. Keys dot is hit. So if not is alive or is hit, then we're going to return failure. And then this becomes else if. Well, actually, it doesn't really need to be. We can just make it if wandering. And then this doesn't need to be an else. It can just be the default. Okay, I think that's a little bit cleaner because we can just exit the if loop and then continue on and do another if for running. Yep. Okay.
It won't change anything. Now he's in the last state. He will never get to this state if the other two are not alive. So he will now go into hit or alive, false, fails this one, only then he'll retrigger because of the running.
So basically, if the character gets hit or the character dies, then we're going to return failure from here. And what returning failure from the behave tree allows you to do is restart the tree in the sense of going back down the selector, so I can check if the death sequence should run, which would be the play death action. If is alive is.
I mean, success does the same thing. So he should now have the timeout problem we had before.
That also occurs on success when is wandering is false, which is on the timeout here. Then this can succeed, which will allow the trees to restart again. So we should be able to hit play now, and well, we can see is alive. Oh yeah, right, because we have to reference the blackboard keys. So click wander action, quick load, blackboard keys. Okay, and then you can play. So if we hit play and we fire a projectile, we can see that the death animations are able to play. We've got lots of bugs going on right here, so let's check the debugger, and I'll also stop the scene. So as we can see, the timeout signal is still connected, so I need to make sure I disconnect that. So on timer timeout, we should disconnect the script from the timeout signal.
What?
So let's copy that there. Timer.timeout.disconnect this function, so it should only run once. Let's see if we hit play now. Does that fix anything? Okay, the problem is that we're setting is wandering to true when it should be false there. Let's hit play, and I'll try one more time. Okay, I guess there's still other issue. A true here to return failure. So there's two ways we could do that. We could either have a default value up here, or we can make this check for Boolean. So instead of saying if not alive, we could say is alive equals false, and then is hit is equal to true. So if it gives a null value because it's never been set, it shouldn't fail immediately. Let's hit play, and okay, now it's a little more correct. If we shoot them, yeah, it's going to return failure out of this tick function, and then I guess that goes to the, well, let's check what status here. When we return failure here, the on timer timeout never triggers there. There's probably a better time to actually set these bits right here. Is wandering is set to false. Let me look at the symbol. Maybe there's like an on exit. So we have a behave node after run. Okay, that should be good. So let's copy this bit here into the wander action. So I have function after run, and after the run, we can disconnect the timer and make sure that is wandering is set to false. So we can copy that into here. And I think we don't need timeout.disconnect here because that's immediately going to get to this after run. But we do want to make sure that is wandering is false. Even if we set it here.
But he's not randomizing anymore, right?
We might have a situation where we return failure.
Oh, he's randomizing before run. He's randomizing every time the thing is run. That's not what my idea was.
And then we need it to be set to false. So the next time we come in here, it's still false. So if I hit play, we have the wander going on, I can shoot, and then it plays either the hit or the death animation. The wander action actually isn't playing any animation right now, so that's why basically it doesn't go back to anything. But I didn't see it play the hit animation at all. Let me check the character sprite, and then we have hit, death, and walk. It was definitely playing the death animation. So on wander action, let's add export bar animations, names, and then we'll need the character sprite. So export bar characters.
Okay, why is the timer working for him? Am I doing the same thing with my success? I think it is working because he is waiting here until the timer is run. And because of that, he'll only return success when the timer is done. That means, though, that while we are deciding what we do next, we can't do anything else, which means that we'll have a 0.25 delay on any action that we'll do, which is super stupid. But fine, we will add another case here, and that case will be processing. We'll start in processing. We will set state to state processing, and then here we will if state equals state processing, return running, and else we return this. So now the timer will be alive till we go through this once, and then we leave, and then it all should work. But then I might as well just do it on the tick rather than here. Now it's just duplicated. Yeah, what I wanted to do is to have this timer run completely independent, and this just checking the state that the timer sets. So for that, I would probably need to put the timer into the enemy. In the enemy, decide which direction it should go, and then only in the case that we go into the state, actually apply it. Which I already hate that I do these stuff here. Yeah, I don't like anything. I like neither my variant nor his. So all of this could literally just go in here. And the trigger would just say, okay, we're done. Please do another tick if you want to. Okay, so if processing, then we just return running. Which means we can just do it like this. So we early return running, else we do all the calculations and do that. Which is kind of fine. And then the state doesn't change anymore. Go into, yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's not really nice to have it split, although it wouldn't need to be, but kind of fine. So now if it's wandering though, okay, if we do a bigger delay on the timer, 1 second. Yeah, I think it will play the entire 1 second and only after it will register the hit. Come on, start moving. Yeah. That's so bad. My god. So we need interruption. So it is true that I could now copy and paste hit and dead check, right? To fail early. But that's such a hacky, shitty way of doing it. The hacky, shitty way of doing it because we don't use interruption and have no other idea how to do it better. Okay. Return failure. And the other thing was this check. So now if we get the hit, we abort this, where we should interrupt this. So we're in the running state, and then the hit calls an abortion. Interruption. To abort this. Which means now we can act directly if we run still. Run. Damn it. Okay. No, not both of. Oh my god, go away. Damn it. Come on, start running. So it works now, it interrupts. But it's such a bad way to do it. I could just make the rethink timer small enough, right? Because we'll have the chance on what we do anyway. Nah, not really. Not really, no. If it decides to walk, it should walk for a bit. Okay. Yeah, I like this. But it is a bit too often not to. Shouldn't it like... Ooh, they can stack. Shouldn't it most of the time just result in this? And only rarely go into these? Because if it's 0 to 5, we do this. And we don't go in the else branches, right? So only if it's bigger or equal 6. So only for 6 and for 7 it should do the other thing. Or maybe it is, but it just takes its time till the idle animation actually plays effect. So maybe this should be even stronger. And you know what? We're gonna do it like this. That's easier for my brain. 1 to 100. 0 to 99 actually. So with a 75% chance it does that. No, with a 90% chance it does that. With a 5% chance. And then with a 5% chance that. Okay. that really correct? It seems so lucky, right? I think I should print the random number here. And then we print this idle left right There's so much idle, but still it's so often moving left and right. Okay, I like this. This is fine. But now that we have increased that, we could decrease this to actually be 70, 85, 100. Okay, I don't... Anyway, doesn't matter. We leave these magic numbers to be now. I do really hate this way to doing the interruption. That's really not cool. Because it's now condition stuff that is only in the condition part in an action node. I don't know, that's not how it should be. Why is there the option to assign? I don't know, but it's no longer there. Okay, play. Okay, with that, I think we look at the rest of the video till the breakpoint, and then we stop.
Sprite, or we could just say sprite, which is a animated sprite 2D, and we're going to make it play the walk animation. So sprite.play animations.walk. We haven't defined that, we will right now. So let's go to animation names, export var walk, tab, string name, be a walk. Okay, so we assign the character sprite, we assign animations, quick load, animation names. Okay, so if we hit play, we can shoot the characters and they'll switch to the death or hit animation. Now, it should stop moving, so to make that happen, we should take the velocity of the character and set it to 0. So let's say character.velocity equals vector2.0, and later it might be a little different than that. Okay, so for now, let's hit play, and when I shoot a character, you'll see that they stop until it switches back to the wander state. So we can fire these projectiles, and they'll get hit, and once they take 4 shots.
I think ours stop because they wait for the hit animation to be played out, right? That's why they stop. No! Start running. Start running. Damn it. Oh no, they were running still, right? Yeah, they just changed to that and keep running. Okay. So we would need to do this on play hit. hate it. I hate it. Oh my god. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. I think that worked.
While the health's depleted, so they're removed from the scene. So that's pretty close to what we want for the basic behavior for our character. So this part's going on a little long, so in the next part we will finish on cleaning that up. So in this part, I'd like to get to where when we shoot an enemy and they get the hit animation, that it actually has...
Oh, okay, this is already the next part? Yeah, it is. So I think we might stop here.
Where when we shoot an enemy and they get the hit animation, that it
This will take parts 10 to 11, 12 plus. Excuse me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 plus. Damn.
So in this part, I'd like to get to where when we shoot an enemy and they get the hit animation, that it actually has a bit of a knockback during the hit state in the opposite direction from where they were hit. In addition to that, I think we should spend a little bit of time cleaning some things up. I did notice one bug here, so if you look at the play hit action, you'll see that because I copy and pasted from the play death action, that it's actually playing the death animation here instead of the hit animation. So if I save that and we hit play again, then now when they get hit, it should be that freeze frame of the fourth frame was what I set to the hit frame. So in addition to that, the intention of this project is that there will only ever be one set of names and key names, for consistency reasons across the entire project. So because of that reason, I think it might be appropriate to our project if we use a global name. So similar to calling something animation names, we can, in the project window, project settings, create a global object here. And then in any script, we'd be able to reference it. Basically,
but why do we only do it now? I talked about that in the beginning already.
By the name of the object, which would be something kind of like Blackboard keys, and then dot the property you're trying to access on it. So what I will do in the data folder is create a new script, and I'm going to call this global names.gd, and this can inherit, we could make it node, but object would be
Let's
fine.
listen till something comes that I actually want to implement. Does need to be a node. Okay. So something comes that I want to implement, and then we stop there.
And then we have global names.gd. So we need to create a object. And so to create a global object and put it in the globals of the project, let's right click on the data folder, create a new script. I'm going to inherit from resource because I want it to sit inside of our data folder like the other resources here. Let's go to data, and then for the path of it, I'll call it global names.gd, create. Okay, so this is extending a resource. We don't necessarily have to give it a class name because we're going to be creating it as a singleton project-wide global variable. But what we do need to do is make sure that we pay references to all of our names resources. So this is going to have the name global names. So we don't need to specify names here. So we could say animation, and then this will be a type of animation names. So I'm just kind of making it the short form of the name of the resources so that it'll be easier to be like global names.animation and global names.keys, for instance. So let's see, should we call it Blackboard or keys? Probably keys, I guess. Blackboard keys, and then export var group names. Okay, and let's tab these over a bit to get them to sync up with each other. And we will create this resource. So I'm going to right click on data, create a resource. And we didn't create a class name, so it's not going to show up in the list. So just create a default resource here. And this will be called global names.trs. So we'll click on global names.trs and we'll assign the global name script, just like that. Now we need to assign the animation names. So quick load that, the keys, Blackboard keys, and the group names right there. So we can go to project settings, and in globals, let's add a reference to it in data. And then I like list view. So let's do global names.trs and open that and add this. So let's see, it fails to autoload because it's probably not a node, right? Failed to create an autoload path is not pointing to a scene or a script. Yeah, okay, so I guess I was wrong. It does need to be a node, actually. So we'll create a node. I'll delete the global names.trs, and then let's right-click, create a new scene. So this is going to be called global names.tscn, and we're going to access it with global names as the root name of the scene. And this will just be a basic node. It doesn't need any 2D transform. Okay, so we create that, we open up the scene, and we assign the script. So just like before, just like with the resource, we're going to quick load the animation names, the keys, and the group names. Okay, so if we go to project settings, let's add this in again. So we want global names.tscn, add. It's going to be called global names. So now in our scripts, we can do global names.animation.keys or .group. Okay, and that means we can go into any script which is referencing a animation names. And because we're only going to use global names for our project, we can remove the export variable. So it saves us a step whenever we create a new script. And then we just reference global names.animations dot the name we need. So for instance, if we go into character sprite here, well, first off, this script isn't going to be needed anymore because we're actually handling the death and the play death action. But if we were going to keep using the script, we could get rid of animation names. And then on death, we could just do
1 second. Why is this not here? What? There it is. Okay. Fixed.
Global names dot animation dot death. So you can see now we don't even need to do an export variable and to keep assigning the resource in the inspector because we have this global value. Now there are disadvantages to this approach. For instance, if you import these scripts to a different project and that project does not have a global names scene set up, then it's going to start throwing errors here because you have to have now.
I mean, but it's better to have that error once rather than for every single time you create it in your script.
Global names. But you could of course just recreate that as you need. So it's not that much
to
recreate a resource and assigning it in the inspector, to be honest. But it's something to be aware of. So we're no longer checking for animation names because we don't need to send it in the inspector, so we can just remove that. Honestly, we can just unassign the script to the character sprite because we don't need it at the moment. And let's see if anything else is using a reference to the names. So if we go to, let's see, object blackboard setter, for instance here, we can get rid of the keys. I'll save the script, and okay, now we need keys.alive. So where do we get the keys from? Global names.keys.isAlive, and we just copy that down there, and it gives us a reference to the
So this is just an empty, just green global autoload thing. Okay.
And the is-dead condition, global names.keys, we don't need to keys anymore.
Okay.
And the play.action.
So we will get where I want it to be.
Animation.death. I'm actually going to change the symbol to be animations, and maybe we'll make group names, groups. Yeah, okay, just implying plural with all of them. Okay, that might mean we need to go back into here and add the S, otherwise we'll get an error, but easily fixable if it's just misnamed properly. Let's just check all of our scripts, and we don't need the animation names there. So we can go add
shader
blackboard keys anymore, because we're just doing global names.keys, and then on play hit, we don't need animation names or blackboard keys. So let's save that and update the lines that needed those properties. So here is going to be global names.animations.hit, and here's going to be global names.
Yeah, we'll just listen through it and wait if he says something interesting, and then we'll stop stream.
So global names.animations, and then global names.keys. I'll copy paste global names, copy paste it down here as well. Like if you were in a big project and you're going to be updating a lot of different scripts at once, you could use something like Visual Studio Code's find and replace tool. That really goes outside of Godot to like external editor. But it's similar to if you do like Control R on the keyboard, you can rename string finds, and you can match case or whole words if you want, and then across your document you can replace all. So in Visual Studio Code, there's the option of doing it across your whole project. So sometimes I use that and it's pretty handy. Okay, but yeah, basically instead of setting like 7 scripts having their own reference to animation names and blackboard key names, now we just have that one global variable that has all of those, and there's only ever going to be that one global. So definitely if we need that consistency, ensuring every script in our project uses their same properties, then that's a pretty solid way to do it. Generally though, I try to stay away from globals, but I think this is a pretty good use for it. Okay, so let's check the player scripts, and we'll make sure there's nothing in here that needs updating. The facing component and anchor, the shooter does need it. So group names here, I'll give it a group names there, hit save. Okay, so now we need the global names.groups.
Do I have the, wait. It was called group, parent, something was called parent. Oh, it was parent group. Come on. Parent group. I see. It's this one, right? Yeah. So this would now be a global thing, which I would be fine with. But yeah, I don't know. It's fine with being the default like that. It's only one place where it's needed. I never set it additionally, so I don't think I want to do that additionally.
Okay, and that updates that script, so that's pretty much it. In our level scene, I don't think we had any scripts outside these guys moving around, the player and these. So if we hit play, in theory, everything should work still. Let's see. Global names.groups. Okay, so let's see. So what went wrong here is that we haven't assigned groups or animations on the node. So let me go ahead and check that. Global names. Yep, okay, missing the groups. So assign the group names and assign the animation names as well. So it might be worth mentioning that because you have this global object, if you needed to update these values across your project, you could assign a different resource in this global, or you could go into each of these individual resources and change their values as you need across your project. But it is there if you need to edit it. So let's hit play again, and I think this time it should work fine. Okay, so we got our hit animation. It's just one frame, but later we'll try to make it a bit cooler. Our characters can die. Death takes priority over hit, which takes priority over wonder, so it is working exactly as written.
Death takes priority over hit. Okay, that's one advantage of the thingy, but it's actually the opposite of what I would have wanted. I would have wanted the hit to play out, and then the death taken after the hit, but that's specific, I guess, to what you want with the enemy.
So now we'd like for our play hit action to actually have a knockback. So we could pull a value out of, let's say, the blackboard, which would be the vector of the direction that the character was hit in, at least the last hit, and then move the character basically backwards from whatever direction it was being hit from. Okay, so in order for our character to have a knockback effect trigger on it, then we need to get from the hurt box, probably on this hit function, a knockback value, and that should be determined by the projectile's properties, or any attack that's hitting the character.
Okay, yeah, this is where we continue next time with the projectile hit whatever thing. That was not much fun actually today. It wasn't much progress. The structure is awful, the new structure with the tree. It's nice that they are wandering now and reacting to stuff, but I don't feel like I could just reuse this for anything else, and it would do what I want. Yeah, no. Wait, there should still be some invader somewhere, no? Don't I usually need 20 hits? Did one just run off and die? But yeah, this wasn't that productive, I feel like. Oh no, we have 4 per enemy. Wait. I'm not able to damage them more than I should, aren't I? Because the animation time, oh my god, it was better before even. No, that was awful part of the tutorial. Because we go into was hit here, and that has a timeout, as long as this head has not left its state, we can continue hitting. We can continue to go into this. We can, of course, when we hit the health, right? We could check that we can't set the health lower, but it doesn't really matter. The thing is that because it's now dependent on the animation, the hit is dependent on the animation length, I can just get in 20 hits. I go into this function as a projectile, I start this, I set this to true, I go into play hit, and as long as this hit is playing, I cannot enter another state, right? This can also not be interrupted. And we would need to add the same bullshit play, walk, intersection stuff here in the hit, so that we could switch to dying, which we would need in that moment. So if you would die, you still live for as long as the for as long as you are still in your gotten hit state. So if I spam enough bullets, I can get infinite bullets in theory, before you actually die, where it should stop after 4. And this is something he should fix, not global state stuff. This is not okay. And it's not okay to have it like in there now too, because it should not be here. It should just be interruption. Let's see if this even fixes it. I'm not sure. So let's try to get a bunch of things in. Okay, it only got in 4. I got in 5. I don't know how I got in 5, but maybe that's just the delay, because it still is taking time, right? It's not instant. It's not switching the state instant. So it will take the time to fail here, then go out and then play the death. So until then, I can still get something in, but at least not as many as I was able to get in before. Still. So stupid. Anyway, I will think about if I want to continue this tutorial or not. But I feel like there might be more interesting stuff still. Maybe I'll just do it off stream though and not stream that, and just be unhappy all the time with that. And rather than get in streaming when I want to do or change stuff, that's more like my idea of what I want to do. But yeah, I think that's it for today. Sadly, not that productive nor fun. I mean, the coding. The streaming itself is fun, and whenever someone writes and talks and stuff like that, it's fun, but the coding itself wasn't that great. But yeah. Tomorrow will be better. Probably. So let me go to ending and get more music. So yeah, that's it. I'll hopefully be back tomorrow and the day after. And then potentially get through the entire video. That would be nice. Okay, bye.